talking.
All right. We have finally landed on it. The dream has become a reality here with a 7-round live mock draft.
I think we have talked about doing this every year for the last 4 years. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think we tried to record this one time and we got about 3 rounds into it and we were like, yeah, we're not getting to 7. I think
it was actually preposterous at the time that we even thought that we could do something like this. But at the time, but now I think as time's gone and we've evolved as overall, I don't like to use the term draft analysts, but as would-be draft analysts, I feel like now that we actually understand the majority of the board itself and you know the team needs and all that kind of stuff, I think we're pretty good at this point. But yeah, so everyone, welcome in to the live collaboration of the 7-round mock draft between JWAC Gridiron and the Draft Hub. And we're in it for the long haul. We're finally doing it. And the way that we're going to be doing it is myself, I am going to be taking NFC teams. Josiah is going to be taking the AFC teams, but there's a trade. I will be, because we are both fans of AFC teams. I'm a Jets fan. He is a Colts fan. I will be taking the Jets away from him. And I will be trading him the New York Giants. Why he wants the New York Giants, I haven't asked to this point, and I won't ask until this point. I want to see what he has in store for them, because obviously if he wants the New York Giants, that means that he's cooking up something that I just don't know. So, yeah, I'm going to be
in all actuality, I'm cooking nothing. I just thought the trade would have been the easiest if we just swapped New York teams, less thinking. So I was like, why not just do that? If you want if you want to give me a different NFC team, that's fine. But it just seemed the easiest when we talked about it.
No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's no bother to me. And I'm curious to see what you do there, because obviously I'm sure there's some players that you're thinking about at number 5 overall. But yeah, I'm excited for this one, man. I mean, we were talking about it before we get into it. You know, we were talking about this. We've been talking about this for a couple weeks now, and we're just both super excited for this, super amped. I was telling Josiah off camera beforehand that I wasn't excited for the draft, but I was getting there. My excitement was getting there. And then, now we're here. Now we're doing this. I just did a podcast earlier today with the Irish Jets. That was a phenomenal show. So that really got me pumped for this. And then of course I have a Jacksonville Jaguars 7-round mock draft coming out at 12 o'clock too. So, it's just a lot's going on. I'm doing my positional rankings tomorrow and stuff. So I'm super excited about that. What do you got planned for the week leading up to the draft?
We got the My Guys video going up tomorrow. And then on Monday, we are doing my top 100 big board. And then I'll do my final predictive mock draft on Tuesday. So this is always one of the best times of the year. It's starting to feel real. The draft is finally here. Kind of a sigh of relief, but also it's kind of bittersweet at the same time, because you've spent a whole calendar year at this point studying a lot of these players, and it's time to move on. But I'm excited. There's so many players that I haven't even gotten to talk about on the channel yet that we're going to get to shout out in this one. And just a quick note to all of you guys in the chat: be sure to comment what players you want for our team. We are going to be using the chat throughout the stream. So if there's a guy on the board that you think we should give a deeper consideration to, absolutely comment that down below. We're going to be reading all of those chats throughout the stream. But I'm ready. Are you ready to get this thing kicked off?
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get it off, I just want to read Rob Brady's comment. I have it up on my phone here, and he says, good morning, draft sickos. Thursday can't get here soon enough. We've reached peak silly season with the draft takes, and let's go. And I was like, yeah, that's you nailed it right on the head with that one. I'm super excited about this, man. This is going to be fun, lighthearted. We don't take anything too seriously around here. I mean, this is just fun. At this point, all the rumors and everything are sealed up until this point. Like, there's really nothing else crazy to discuss. We're just going to have some fun here with this one. But yeah, you're kicking it off, and you actually have the most difficult pick in the entire draft class to start it off. So what are you going to do at number 1 with the Raiders?
I'll take Fernando Mendoza.
Man.
I think I feel so bad for Raiders fans, because we've talked about Mendoza every day for this team for about 3 to 4 months, and there's just no entertainment here. But I mean, it makes sense. He's the best quarterback in the class. I'm a huge Fernando Mendoza fan just as a prospect. I love the accuracy. I think he's got a good arm. People are going to talk about the easiness of the situation that he had at Indiana with the heavy RPO schemes, but I still don't think you can't go into the season with Kirk Cousins as your starter. And this team I think they've had Mendoza circled for a very long time. So I'll take him at 1. I'm not going to overcomplicate this whatsoever.
I honestly thought that the Kirk Cousins contract was fake.
Yeah. I don't know how he does it.
I don't know how, he has to forget Kirk Cousins going into the Hall of Fame, which obviously would never happen, but we need to have a special wing dedicated to Kirk Cousins' agent, because he truly must have, God on his side with the contracts that he signed. Obviously, it's just going to wind up being like a 1-year contract, but it's just like when I saw that, I had to check to see if it was actually April Fool's Day when that hit. I was like, what the hell is this contract? What are they giving out here? What is John Spytek doing here? But no. So you got Fernando Mendoza at number 1. I have the New York Jets, which is my only AFC team in this one here. It's my favorite team, obviously. And I'm looking past the smoke screens. There's been a lot of chatter about David Bailey the last few days, and I think it's completely valid. I think this is a 2-horse race between Arvell Reese and David Bailey at this point. But usually, I don't know if you noticed this by now, but usually when inklings about draft picks come out like this close to the draft, it's obviously smoke screens. I think that Arvell Reese has been the Jets guy from day one. I think at this point, for the Jets and the organization and the coaching staff and Darren Moogie, you kind of have to draft the high ceiling guys. You can't go with I classified it earlier today as being the Jets are bad at drafting high floor guys. So if you mess up the high floor draft picks, you might as well mess up a high ceiling pick. And I know that's not the way that you go about the number 2 overall pick, but I don't think you could really mess up Arvell Reese. I think he's a freak athlete who's incredibly strong and is going to be learning a new position for the most part, because he's definitely going to be playing. The Jets are going to be looking at multiple fronts this year. There's not going to be a set limitation for him. He's going to play all over the defense, and we're going to see where he fits best. So if we wind up taking an off-ball linebacker at number 2, as long as he's a beast and as long as he's impactful, I really don't care. But I think the Arvell Reese versus David Bailey chatter is going to be smoke screens. We're obviously taking Arvell Reese here at number 2. With this one.
And then you're back with the Cardinals at 3.
Yeah, another tough one here for the Cardinals. I don't really know where the Cardinals want to go with this one, because obviously you have an offensive-minded head coach now, and the offensive line definitely needs to be bolstered up. I don't know if number 3 overall is where I'm going to be taking an offensive lineman, though. On the defensive side of the ball, the Cardinals do actually have quite a few pieces that they could build around for sure. But I mean, I think you and me are both in kind of lockstep with this one here. I think it's got to be Sonny Styles at this point at number 3. I just think it makes the most sense. You're taking potentially the best player on the board. You could use him in so many different ways all over the defense. I mean, people are going to say, I can't believe you take an off-ball linebacker at this point, but just the coverage skills, the football IQ, the tackling ability, which was my only gripe against him, going into this draft cycle. And he wound up being, amazing. And I just can't think of any other defensive prospect that's on the board that might have a higher ceiling for the team like the Cardinals than Sonny Styles.
Yeah. I mean, Sonny Styles is my number 1 player in the class. So you're not going to catch anyone, you're not going to catch me complaining. You'll find some people complaining, but, this pick is one of the most difficult ones at 3, because I really do think they're going to try to trade down in this draft. I think you talked about offensive line being a big need. I think that is their biggest weakness. And if there's a lot of rumors that Dallas may want to come up for one of these edge rushers. There's a lot of rumors that New Orleans could come up for one of these edge rushers. I think Arizona makes a lot of sense to move down. I'm curious how that's going to go, but here at pick 4 for the Titans. This is a tough one because David Bailey, it seems like, is not making it here more and more often. And I know they traded for Jermaine Johnson, who is more of that edge setter, more power guy on the line of scrimmage that Robert Saleh likes, but he always likes to have these what's the word I'm looking for? Like lightning in a bottle type of guys. A guy that can just be quick. He's a guy that can just get after the quarterback with speed. I think David Bailey would make a lot of sense for this defense, that with a defensive-minded coach, I think that would work. But then there's also the Jeremiah Love piece. It seems like that has been the most mocked player to Tennessee for a long time. I'm going to switch it up today, and I'm going to go David Bailey to the Tennessee Titans. I think this is a team that is more in the edge market than I think people realize, and I think David Bailey is a really, really good pass rusher. So I'm going to take him at pick 4 to the Titans and solidify that edge group.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of Titans fans are overthinking it. I think it has to be either Bailey or Love, and then I think kind of bringing Robert Saleh along, that kind of for me solidified at least that it's going to be a defensive pick in the first round. They did add a lot of talent on the defensive side. I think they've done a great job through free agency and through the offseason, but just adding Jermaine Johnson along the edge really just kind of isn't enough for me. I think you definitely need more juice on the outside. And I think David Bailey, again, is one of those players that I think the draft fatigue is actually finally getting to people that like David Bailey, because now I'm seeing, especially Jets fans, are kind of crazy when it comes to not liking David Bailey anymore. And it's so funny how early on people were like, it's either David Bailey or bust. I don't want Arvell Reese. And now it's like, well, now I want Reese over Bailey. It's just the NFL draft cycle is too long and people just get in their own heads. I feel like that's kind of like what it comes down to.
Yeah, I agree. Pick 5 for the Giants here. I'm going to be honest, and maybe I'm crazy for this. I really don't understand the Jeremiah Love being linked to the Giants. I've seen that far too many times, and I just don't understand it. I thought Scatterbo was good for them last year prior to injury. They've got some pieces, and I just don't know if this is a team. And I was going to say this with the Titans. I don't know if the offensive line is in a good enough position to justify taking a running back. Well, I think offensive line is a need for this team. We've seen the way Harbaugh values safety with Kyle Hamilton and the guys that he's had in Baltimore. I think he's going to bring some of that with him over to the Giants, and I'll take Caleb Downs here at pick 5. Truly one of the best safety prospects I've ever evaluated. It was too early to Derwin James. I think Kyle Hamilton was the year before I got into this. Caleb Downs is awesome, can play all over your defense. I've seen a lot of people recently want to criticize the range and his ability as like a free safety, but he showed that at Alabama as a true freshman. I think he is a true versatile safety that's a elite run defender. He's a really sound tackler and a guy that just elevate the floor of your defense significantly. So I'm a huge Caleb Downs guy, and I think at pick 5 makes a lot of sense for what Harbaugh wants to do with that Giants defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think every pick in this mock draft needs a rebuttal. I think there's going to be a lot that we agree upon, and that one is just, you're not even overthinking it. Like you said, Harbaugh. I mean, Kyle Hamilton, obviously, Malachi Starks in the first round last year as well. You're not overthinking anything there. Caleb Downs, like you said, there are a couple blue chip prospects in this draft class, and he is absolutely one of them. And I think he's just going to be a megastar early on in his career.
Yeah, I agree. Pick 6 for the Browns. I'm gonna take Jordan Tyson to the Browns. Wow. I know that Mekhi Lemon is technically my wide receiver 1 by default because I feel like he's the safest. Jordan Tyson and him I have Tyson at number 9 on my board. I've got Lemon at number 8 on my board. I've got Tate at number 12. Tyson, I think, has the best chance of being a wide receiver 1 of that group. Yeah. I think it seems like he's starting to get back into the top 10 of mock drafts lately. So that to me signifies that, hey, the league is going to draft this guy high. Tyson, I think, is a elite route runner. He's got great size. He's got good speed. He's physical. Like, there's a lot of things that I think Jordan Tyson brings. On top of it, I've said this a few times, his brother plays for the Cleveland Cavaliers, so there is the Cleveland connection there. And Cleveland is in desperate need of a receiver. I think they did a good job filling out some of the pieces along the offensive line throughout free agency and via the trade market. I think you can get an offensive lineman at 24. Maybe you move back up for a guy like Caden Proctor or something like that. But at pick 6, I'm going to go with who I think has the highest upside of any of these receivers, and that's Jordan Tyson.
Yeah. It's initially a shock when you think about it because of just obviously the negative connotations that come with Jordan Tyson lately, with all the injury and everything like that and, the injury history. But, how many teams were at his pro day or how many teams met with him? Like 20 something teams met with him. Obviously there's interest there. Everyone wants to find out if he is good to go. Looks like he's good to go. That's really all that I care about. And like you said, the only thing that was separating him really from being a wide receiver 1 overall in the class for me was the health concerns. Yeah. Once teams check that box, a lot of people like to think, oh, well, I have concerns about it. Once an NFL team doesn't have concerns, who cares what you think? You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. If they have their own specialized doctors, they have all this kind of stuff. They have all this information that we know nothing about. If they're okay, I'm okay. So I like that pick a lot. It makes a lot of sense for whoever is going to be playing quarterback long-term for the Cleveland Browns. I have the Washington Commanders here, a couple different ways that they can go. Now here's the thing for me. So I feel like this is a sneaky spot for Jeremiah Love here. And I think it makes a lot of sense. I think, granted, a wide receiver in this spot, Carnell Tate for me would probably make the most sense. You have Scary Terry, who's on kind of sort of a team-friendly extension when you really break it down. Deebo Samuel still remains a free agent. The overall weapons themselves don't really present themselves. Jeremiah Love could be the ultimate weapon. It takes a lot of pressure off of Jaden Daniels coming back after an injury-riddled sophomore year. I think it makes a lot of sense long-term. And I do think he has the chance to be, one of the best, if not the best overall offensive players in the entire draft class. I do think that he is just, personally me, I think he, as a prospect, he ranks higher for me than Ashton Jeanty did for last year. I think that he is the true overall workhorse running back that I think that Washington desperately needs. And they added, so what signifies to me, they did so many, they signed Rachaad White and they have Bill. Yeah, obviously, if you're looking at what happened last year, I'm reading some of the comments. Rachaad White is a terrible runner of the football. I mean, he's been awful his entire career as a runner. He's just really nothing more than a receiving back. And Bill, obviously, they don't really like too much because it looked like any time that they had an opportunity to start him, it looked like they just kind of pushed him down the depth chart. So I'm not letting a what was he, a 7th round pick? I'm not letting a Bill deter me from taking someone that could be an ultimate weapon X for the Washington Commanders offense. So I'm going to take Jeremiah Love here at number 7. And then you have New Orleans, because Jeremiah Love really, if you think about it, Jeremiah Love might have slid a little bit if he didn't get to the Washington Commanders, because you have the Saints who just signed Travis Etienne, if that's what he wants to be called. And then you have, the Chiefs who just signed Kenneth Walker. And then really, who are you looking at? Probably Dallas at 12. I would say, but then they just signed Javonte Williams to an extension. So really, who are you looking at that's going to step up and who's going to trade up for a running back? So it might have been a little bit of a sneaky slide for him there. New Orleans at number 8. There's a bunch of different ways that you can go here with this pick. They need to solidify the offensive line. I wouldn't rule out a Venga Owane pick here. I know that might sound
It's funny crazy, you mention this, because this is the pick that has been like, I haven't had the balls to do it, but I have been staring at that pick for a long time. But then they gave David Edwards all that money coming over from Buffalo. It's like, I don't know if they're going to take a guard that high, but that's a really interesting one, especially with the types of guys that they've gone after in the past. With that physical kind of nasty play style, I think he would be a really interesting player there.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there. And also, so my thing is, if you take a Venga Owane here, I mean, you probably kick him over to the right side, and Cesar Ruiz probably becomes extremely expendable. And then that's a really excellent starting 5 if you think about it. If you get Cesar Ruiz out of here and you get a Kelvin Banks, a David Edwards, Eric McCoy, Venga Owane, and Talisi Fuaga, like that's great, but that's just really more of a pipe dream than anything. At 8, it feels like it has to be. It feels like it has to be a wide receiver, but I also don't want to rule out Mansour
Mhm.
Delane here at this point either, because Delane just
Mhm.
makes a ton of sense. I still think he's CB1 in this class, and really over the last couple of years, the Saints have really lost a lot of cornerback depth over the last
Yeah.
couple of years. They still have Kool-Aid McKinstry, who's turned out to be really good. Their secondary is really young and really good with the players that are in there. Jonas Senker turned out to be a really, really good selection for them as well. Uh, I wouldn't rule out continuing to build that secondary. I think Carnell Tate makes a lot of sense here. It's probably the way that I want to go, probably the way I'm going to go, but I would never rule out a Mansour Delane pick. So I'm going to take Carnell Tate here at number 8. I just think it makes a lot of sense. I know that they love Devon Vele as a potential wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3. That's not going to stop me from taking a wide receiver. Chris Olave had a great season last year. Tyler Shuck, obviously, it looks like they have him as the quarterback of the future. You want to continue to build in that direction. So I do think adding another wide receiver who could be, if you ask Carnell Tate to be a wide receiver 2 in an offense, I think he could be absolutely amazing.
Yeah. I'm with you there. Delane is interesting for them, but I think receiver makes the most sense. At pick 9 for the Chiefs, you still have both corners on the board, but Ruben Bain never makes it here. I think you have to take Ruben Bain.
Yep.
This feels like when Jalen Carter fell to the Eagles. That's kind of what this feels like. Ruben Bain's still my number 2 player in the class, and this now feels much more likely given the off the field stuff. It doesn't seem like the league is too concerned about it, which is interesting to me. But Ruben Bain's awesome. I get he has shorter arms, but if you have short arms, you can neutralize that if you are constantly utilizing your hands with swipes and different things like that. Ruben Bain is one of the best pass rushers with his hands that I have ever evaluated. So the Chiefs have a big need at edge. I think George Karlaftis is fine, but he's not moving the needle there. Ruben Bain is a legitimate difference maker. So I'll pick him at 9. Pick 10 here for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Whoa. Where are you going? Slow down, Buster. We got all day here.
Oh, you're
rolling
right.
through these picks. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. No, I mean, obviously, there's going to be no rebuttal to that. I think Ruben Bain Jr. is one of the best players in this entire draft class, and like we said before, one of the most overthought prospects, probably in recent memory.
Yeah, absolutely. Pick 10 for the Bengals. I go back and forth on this one because corners, I think, kind of decent for Cincinnati. You've got DJ Turner, you've got Dax Hill. It's another young group. It's not amazing, but it's not bad either. I think safety I would take here. Like I would consider Dylan Thieneman here at pick 10.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the value is too good to pass on Mansour Delane. We know they've got the LSU pipeline anyway there. So let's just take a corner. You now, I think, can move Dax Hill to the slot. You've got a pretty good duo there of DJ Turner, Mansour Delane, Dax Hill there. That is a really fun young secondary. And I don't really like an edge rusher at this point in the draft for them, but I think this makes a lot of sense. So I'll take Delane at pick 10 and just add another weapon to that secondary for Cincinnati.
Yeah, I love that. It just that's a classic. Like if you don't take Delane in that spot, you're just classically overthinking it, especially with the players that are on the board. That's an exceptional pick right there.
And then pick 11 for the Dolphins. We've got a lot of picks for the Dolphins. So
yeah, man.
I think they got to go offensive line. You've got Patrick Paul, Jonah Savaiinaia, who was terrible. They brought in Jamari Salyer.
He was so bad, it wasn't even funny.
They've got Austin Jackson. I'm going to take Spencer Fano. He's still my top offensive lineman in the draft. And I think from a versatility standpoint, he probably gives them the most because I think he could play guard. I think he could play center. I think he could play tackle. Like, I think he's just he's such a versatile offensive lineman and such a talented player. I'm going to take him at pick 11 for Miami.
I always say that with Miami, they have stripped their roster so far down to the bare bones that you just have to take talent. That's it. Don't worry about position. Just take talent and then figure out where they're going to play. I mean, me personally, I probably would have taken Jermod McCoy in that spot, but I think that especially with a defensive minded head coach and I mean, either way, you can't go wrong. Honestly, you could have picked anyone from there, and I would have been like, "Yep, checks out, makes sense," you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you got Dallas here at 12, and I'm not going to overthink this one. Even after signing Jalen Thompson, safety is still a massive need for them. The secondary is still a massive need. Dylan Thieneman is on the board. I'm running the card up to the podium if Dylan Thieneman is on the board at number 12. It just makes the guy is just so talented. And really the gap, I don't know if you agree with this or not. I don't think the gap is very big between him and Caleb Downs at all. A lot closer.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So if you're getting a little bit of a watered down version of Caleb Downs at number 12, and you just add an absolute chess piece to the secondary, I think it just makes, a perfect amount of sense. So we have the Rams here at number 13. Again, another, you know what? I admittedly haven't watched your last mock draft of what came out last night or 2 nights ago.
2 nights ago.
Came out 2 nights ago. I don't know where you went with the Rams. Thinking about taking Kenyon Sadiq here at number 13.
Interesting.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I know that the Rams just extended Tyler Higbee. They still have Terrence Ferguson. I don't remember if they still have Colby Parkinson on the roster, but either way, they have a boatload of tight ends on the roster. But for what it could be, think about this. So let's paint this picture, because I know Rams fans that are going to watch this are going to be like, but actually, believe it or not, a lot of Rams fans want Kenyon Sadiq. I think it's very interesting. But I think the pick makes a lot of sense because long-term, they signed Higbee doing a contract extension. I think Terrence Ferguson is going to start moving into that more inline tight end role, because last year he was a great blocker, and he caught a lot of passes long up the seam. So he's kind of like your vertical up the seam type of tight end. But Sadiq could be that third piece on the offense between Davante Adams and Puka Nacua that really could open up the middle of the offense. You're talking about a super offense at that point. And, and if you want to play with a 2 tight end system in line, 12 personnel, or even a jumbo set of 13 personnel, you can, because he's an underrated blocker at this point. I think Kenyon Sadiq this is a classic, like, hey, we're playing with house money. This is the Atlanta Falcons pick. I'm going to take Kenyon Sadiq here at number 13.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Don't know how I feel about it. I'm lower on Sadiq than a lot of people are, but
think about this. I knew you were going to say that. Think about what Sean McVay can do with Kenyon Sadiq.
I mean, it's an exciting thought. My only rebuttal is they've got 4 other tight ends on the roster, and they're potentially looking to trade Davante Adams. Puka Nacua, we'll see kind of what happens. I know he's in rehab right now, but I think Mekhi Lemon's just such a perfect fit for LA. But
I agree.
It is very interesting. I do think it's very much in play.
I don't think that's why they do it. I think that's why I genuinely think that Sadiq is that kind of like X factor weapon that they don't really have on their team. I don't believe in the Davante Adams trade rumors either. I don't really believe in anything that's going on right now, to be quite honest with you. The only rumor that I believe in is that Dexter Lawrence wants out of the Giants. That's the only thing that I kind of sort of believe in at this point. It wouldn't make what would, let me ask you a question. If you draft Mekhi Lemon and you trade Davante Adams, where does that leave you as an offense? What's the point of that? You know what I'm saying? At least for 1 year. At least 1 year you can get. I mean, either way, it's fine. Like I was going to take Mekhi Lemon until I saw that Kenyon Sadiq is still on the board, and I was just like, hey, this could be a weapon. You're looking at the designation of tight end too much, and you're not realizing that he's probably not going to play traditional tight end. He's probably going to be that third receiver in that offense for now until they figure out what they want to do. The Higbee extension, it's a short-term deal with not a lot of money. Doesn't mean anything to me. Parkinson's a free agent after this year. Doesn't mean anything to me. Right away, then you're looking at Terrence Ferguson and Kenyon Sadiq as your top 2 options. And, as more and more teams play with more, 2 tight end sets, I just think it makes more sense to get a weapon like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I'm, like I said, I value receiver a little bit more, and I'll just leave it at that. Pick 14 for the Ravens here. I had Christian in the chat saying he'd be very okay if Francis Maui-Noah fell to Baltimore. Well, Christian, you're going to get your wish, because I'm going to take Francis Maui-Noah here at 14. This is a team that I think needs a guard pretty desperately. I think Maui Noah is probably, I have him higher on my board than I have Vega. And I think Maui Noah is a really good tackle. He's powerful. He's a good athlete in the run game. Like, he does a lot of the same things. I think he is a guy that just gives them a little bit more versatility on the offensive line with tackle flexibility as well. So, Christian, shout out to you. I'm going to take Francis Maui Noah here at pick 14.
I like it. It gives them a lot of versatility on the right side with Roger Rosengarten as well, someone that can slide in to play guard if necessary. It just gives them that nice little, yin yang thing. I like that quite a bit. Tampa at number 15. Interesting, because they definitely could use interior offensive line help. For sure. They could use linebacker help, which is probably where I'm going to wind up going with this, because even though they did sign Alex Anzalone, Alex Anzalone, I don't know how you feel, but Alex Anzalone and Servassier Dennis as my top two off-ball linebackers doesn't really, do anything for me for the most part, even though Anzalone, I believe it was a 2-year deal, could have been either 2 or 3. Even so, I don't really think that that's it's a deal breaker. A lot of people like to look at, they like to look at the money that was given, years that they were given. There's obviously outs in all of these contracts. So JWAC is the king. That's kind of rude to say on that's kind of rude to say on my chat, but okay. I'll take that. But
appreciate it.
At 15, I do think that this is a very popular pick for Akeem Mesidor. I do think that Mesidor might sit a little bit lower amongst the actual GMs than the draft community. And I do think that CJ Allen is a player that absolutely has the upside to be the successor that Tampa Bay has been looking for Levante David for a few years now at this point. You could probably get Anthony Hill Jr. a little bit later, but I think CJ Allen is that commanding force in the middle that they're kind of missing. And I'm going to take CJ Allen at number 15.
All right. And then you've got a string of picks here, 16 through 20, all yours.
Thanks, Greg, for the Peter, you're great too. Thanks. By the way, I helped JWAC get his start, so I don't want to hear anything from you guys. All right. But I'm not denying that he's not the king, but just know where he started from. All right. Let's see. Jets here at number 16. We took Arvell Reese with the first pick here. Not going to overthink it. Mekhi Lemon's on the board. Just makes way too much sense. We're taking Mekhi Lemon at number 16. What I think this allows the Jets to do is finally get some production out of the slot, which has been one of the most problematic areas for the Jets offense for probably the better part of a decade now at this point. So even back in 2015, when Ryan Fitzpatrick was throwing touchdowns left and right, it was your X and Z receivers and Eric Decker and Brandon Marshall, and there was no production out of the slot. So that allows you to either put Mekhi Lemon in the slot or to put Garrett Wilson in the slot, and you're going to get some absolute production there. So Mekhi Lemon is my pick there at number 16. Number 17, this board felt amazing for the Detroit Lions here. But what I'm hearing, I usually don't conform to what I hear in circles, but it sounds like the Detroit Lions are quite enamored with Caden Proctor. And it's tough because you got Caden Proctor and you have Monroe Freeling on the board together. It's tough. Now, either pick is really nice because it allows you to keep Penei Sewell on the right side where he has been an all-pro. He was an all-American at Oregon on the left side, so he definitely can play left tackle. There's no concerns there. But personally, I don't know how you feel about Proctor. I'm a little bit lower on the consensus. I still think that he is a very, very valuable piece. I think his future, his near future is better off on the interior right now. And I think Monroe Freeling, despite being relatively green, I think he gives you an incredible amount of athleticism and length on the outside. And I think that's what, with Taylor Decker being the left tackle for how long, basically the last decade or so in Detroit, I think he gives you immediately a longer, more athletic option now that he is gone. So I'm going to take Monroe Freeling here at number 17 for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I like that.
I do have quite a string of picks here. I didn't even realize that. So we have number 18. You have the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, I mean, if this is how the board is going to fall, I think you would be remiss to not pick Jermod McCoy here at number 18 to the Minnesota Vikings. I just think it makes too much sense. Outside of Byron Murphy, the depth at the cornerback position is severely lacking. And we know that really Brian Flores can, make chicken salad out of chicken shit when it comes to, defensive players. I mean, look at what he did with Minnesota's defense last year was much better than they should have been given the personnel that they had. And that's just credit to Brian Flores. So if you give him Jermod McCoy, coming off of an injury, but testing extremely well athletically, I think you just got to go out and get it. 19 here, you have the Carolina Panthers. And this would have been a nice spot for Kenyon Sadiq at this point. I don't really know which way I want to go with the Panthers here. Kind of a few of my top options are gone at this point. I think safety is certainly a need. I think this is a little early for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at this point, though. I like Venga Owane, but they committed a incredible amount of money to Damian Lewis and Robert Hunt. So I don't really think that that's on the table right now. I think Caden Proctor might make a lot of sense long term because then you could slide Ike Ekwonu inside, but they did sign Rasheed Walker as well. I like Keldrick Falk. This is an interesting pick because really there's not too many ways that we can go. I don't want to draft Omar Cooper Jr. just for the sake of drafting Omar Cooper Jr. here to the Carolina Panthers because they definitely could still use another wide receiver outside of, Tet McMillan, Jalen Coker, and Xavier Leggett kind of looks like a bust at this point. Could obviously still turn his career around, but Omar Cooper Jr. would be a really, really enticing wide receiver too here to Carolina. I think that's actually the way that I'm going to go. I think Casey Concepcion makes a lot of sense here too, but I just think for what the Carolina Panthers are looking for from a wide receiver, I think a bigger body guy that can play on the boundary like an Omar Cooper Jr. makes a lot of sense there. And I think that's kind of a sneaky pick that not a lot of people are talking about. Dallas here at number 20, it's going to be Keldrick Falk. I think it just makes way too much sense at this point. A lot of people hate Keldrick Falk, but we spoke off camera about Keldrick Falk is probably going to succeed in the NFL a lot sooner than people think, especially with the fact that he is just so talented as a run defender and can set the edge extremely well. And he's a perfect yin to the Devin Ezeraku Yang on the other side. He's more of that balanced, heavy-handed defensive end, where Ezeraku is really more of that speed rusher. So I think that pick makes a lot of sense. And Dallas's defense already looks kind of sort of revamped in a really good way here.
Yeah, I like Falk a lot. I love that Omar Cooper pick. McCoy makes a lot of sense. 21 here for the Steelers. I find the Steelers to be very difficult to draft for. Receiver is probably where I'm looking. I know they brought in Pittman. You have DK Metcalf, but I think Concepcion kind of slots in perfectly as that, no pun intended, slot receiver for them. A guy that is so explosive with the football in his hands. He's a guy that can make plays after the catch. Out of all the corners in this class, Delane, Cisse, when they had to match up against Concepcion, he gave them all fits. So I think he makes a lot of sense for Pittsburgh and is going to be a difference maker for that passing attack. And then at 22 for the Chargers, I think this is a pretty easy pick. I think they go with Vega Ioane, who never makes it here anymore, but guard is a severe need. They like physicality along the offensive line, and Ioane is a guy that can absolutely bring that to the table. He's nasty. He's powerful. He's got the size, the length that you look for. I'm going to go with him at 22 and get some bodies for the interior of this offensive line.
Yeah, I like that. I think that it makes a lot of sense. I know a lot of Chargers fans want a little bit more of an athletic guard at that spot because of the Mike McDaniels offense. But if a guard like Venga Owane falls in your lap, I mean, you cannot justify not taking him at that point, especially if you're looking at more of a Chase Besantis or an Emmanuel Pregnon, where Pregnon is I think, a lot more athletic than Owane. But then, of course, he comes with the 25-year-old designation as well. So, I love that pick a lot. And you're cooking. Well, you are the king. So, you're cooking here at this point. 23 for Philly. I think this is pretty easy. at this point, a lot of people want a wide receiver. Don't see a wide receiver really kind of on the board right now, especially after they still haven't traded AJ Brown. Could AJ Brown be traded on draft night for the second time in his career? That would be pretty cool, actually, if that were to happen. But I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest with you. I think that Howie Roseman's going to come back to his roots in this draft year. I know people love Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at number 23. The fact of the matter is the Philadelphia Eagles do not value safety like that. Think about it like this. Why would you draft a safety in the first round when Reed Blankenship signed a very, very reasonable contract with the Houston Texans? It's clear to me that they just don't value safety either to be as expensive or that early in the draft. So we're going to ixnay that talk there at this point. At 23, I think it has to be Caden Proctor at this point. I think that it makes a lot of sense. You're looking at a player that admittedly, I'm a little bit lower on than the consensus, but he's also a player that I could definitely see the vision long term. And if there's any organization that can turn a monster that's 6'7", 360 pounds into a useful offensive lineman, whether that be on the interior or he is going the long-term successor to Lane Johnson, I think it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, there's very few spots that I like Proctor. Detroit being one of them, Philly being another one. I kind of like the Chargers as well, but I like that spot for Proctor. Then 24 for the Browns, we took Jordan Tyson earlier in the draft. Now we get to go offensive tackle. It's interesting because all of these guys to me are in a very similar grouping between Lomu, Iheanacho, and Blake Miller. I have them in this order. They did a good job on the right side. They brought in Titus Howard, who I think can play right tackle for them. I think I'm going to go with more of a true left tackle and take Caleb Lomu. I think Lomu is a guy that we're kind of forgetting about in this offensive tackle class, to be completely honest with you. He's a great athlete. He's really technically refined with his hands. He's really young. He's got good high upside and pass protection. I don't know why we're not talking about him still as a first rounder. I think Cleveland makes a lot of sense for him. Maybe they want to take Iheanacho, who brings a little bit more power because of the head coach. I'm blanking on his name, the Ravens offensive coordinator. But I think Lomu makes a lot of sense for them. So I'll take him at 24.
Todd Monken is who you were thinking of.
Yes, thank you.
Chicago, I like that pick. And again, I think I'm a little lower on Lomu. I just think overall, as a pass blocker, he's very good. As a run blocker, he's kind of leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah. But again, you're right, because the tackle class kind of sort of falls off a cliff after a point. And I feel like Lomu, Iheanacho, and like Blake Miller are really the last line of defense before it kind of really, really goes downhill. So I do like that pick quite a lot. It's not a sexy pick, but it's certainly necessary. And that's a completely revamped Cleveland Browns offensive line at that point, which is very impressive to do in one offseason. So very good there. Chicago at number 25. It feels like with the players that are on the board, feels like it has to be an interior defensive line pick. I wouldn't rule out Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at this spot either. I know that they did sign Kobe Bryant, but they did lose Kevin Byard. They lost Jaquan Brisker as well. And it doesn't look like the bodies are really there to replace that loss of production. Not to mention, I know it's a different position, but they lost Nahshon Wright, who created 8 turnovers last year as well. A lot of loss in the secondary in terms of turnovers. And this is also a Chicago Bears team that is, pretty dang close to being a Super Bowl contender at this point. Mm-hmm. I think you and I are both kind of sort of in lockstep with that if they nail this draft, I feel like they really are a team that, as long as Caleb Williams takes another step forward, they're probably going to be one of the better teams in the NFC this year. I do like the Bears here quite a bit. Peter Woods, I would not rule out at this point. I'm stuck between Peter Woods. I really like Akeem Mesidor as well, and I like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. But if Caden McDonald is on the board, I feel like that kind of has to be the pick. I do think it just makes a ton of sense for what the Chicago Bears are doing. Who knows? Maybe they make a trade for a Dexter Lawrence, and that would really signal like, hey, we're in this Super Bowl window now, and we really want to go for it. But McDonald, to me, even though I do think he's more of a 2-down player at the NFL level for now, he's just so dominant against the run, 99th percentile in run stop rate last year. And that's exactly what Chicago really needs in the center of their defense.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense for them. Like you said, elite run defender. I like some of the other defensive tackles a little bit better because of the 3-down appeal. But like you said, I think McDonald, what he can do on early downs is special. So I like that pick for the Bears. At 26 for Buffalo, I think they have to go. This is interesting because I think nose tackle is a very sneaky need for Buffalo that we don't talk about enough. I think Christian Miller would make a lot of sense here to play nose for them. I do like that. I know they have receiver as the number one need. I don't think that's the route I would go. And then edge, because I think they haven't been able to consistently create pressure. Michael Hoyt is the other edge rusher. I know they signed Bradley Chubb to a ridiculous contract. Man, this is interesting. I think I'm going to go with Akeem Mesidor to Buffalo because while I do have questions about Akeem Mesidor's age and the lack of power that he rushes with, Buffalo has kind of more of that power guy in Greg Rousseau. I think Mesidor gives them more of a flashy guy that can get off the edge, get after the quarterback. I think he's a good fit and a good complement to the other pieces they have up front. We'll add defensive tackle later. It's a great nose tackle class, but I'll take Akeem Mesidor at 26.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. And yeah, the San Francisco 49ers here, and it's not the easiest selection here because they did spend their first round pick last year on Michael Williams, and until the injury, he actually did look pretty good. Obviously, Nick Bosa coming back from a huge injury. They traded for Keon White, and there's another edge rusher in there that I'm not remembering off the top of my head that they added to the 4-man rotation that's under contract next year. But it seems like edge would probably be the way to go. I know that they've been linked to Cassius Howell quite a bit, and I don't hate that. I don't necessarily love it either at this point in the draft, but that might, I'm really not loving anyone else that's kind of sort of on the board for them at this point. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren would kind of seem like a good fit too. They do need safety help. That's also something I haven't seen done yet in a mock draft. I haven't seen Emmanuel McNeil-Warren to the San Francisco 49ers. I feel like if the board falls this way and a Caden Proctor, a Caleb Lomu, a Caden McDonald and Akeem Mesidor go right before the San Francisco 49ers, I feel like they do have to pivot to another need. And I feel like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren actually would be a really, really good pick for the San Francisco 49ers. Kind of clears up a lot of that secondary concerns that they have. Very instinctual, great, ball playing safety. And that was a secondary that kind of lacked a lot of production last year as well. So I think that's someone that comes in and he could definitely create. And I'm not going to take an edge rusher just for the sake of taking one. So I'm going to take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at number 27.
Yeah, I mean, McNeil-Warren's a top 15 player in the class to me. So I love this fit. Similar to Malik Mustafa, who unfortunately just hasn't really broken out yet, but just the physicality of that safety room would be a lot of fun to watch. Houston at 28. I think defensive tackle is something that I know D'Amico doesn't typically go after defensive tackle, but they kind of need to in this draft, I think. And they've got some good options available. Peter Woods is probably the most fascinating one because of the pass rush potential that he brings. He's still a good run defender. This last season was pretty disappointing from him, but more so than that, I think I was left most disappointed with kind of the pre-draft process. Weighed in horribly, a sub 300 pound, sub 32-inch arms, has 31 1/8 with less than 77-inch wingspan. That does worry me a little bit about Peter Woods. Just really bad measurements and stuff. And I still, man, this is tough. I think I'm going to go with Christian Miller here because they don't love to go get the bigger defensive tackles. I don't really think Caleb Banks makes sense for them. Christian Miller is kind of the size that they typically go after. Very good run defender, has some pass rush potential. I think he would make a lot of sense for D'Amico Ryan's defensive front. So I'll take Christian Miller at 28. And then at pick 29 for the Chiefs, We took Ruben Bain earlier. I love that. I'm going to go corner, I think, here. My corner 3, I think it's your corner 3. It's D'Angelo Pons. I don't think D'Angelo Pons really makes sense for Spags. I just don't think that's the type of guy he would go after. I'm going to go with Chris Johnson here out of San Diego State. I see him continuing to get pushed up draft boards, and I love Chris Johnson, 6 foot, 193, good speed. He's physical. I think the ball skills are there for him. Guy that's one of the most disciplined coverage defenders I've ever watched. He just does not bite on double moves. He's a reliable tackler. He's got the size and length thresholds, though, that I think Kansas City is going to look for. So I think corner is a much bigger need for this team than wide receiver is. And I'll take Chris Johnson at 29. Pick 30 now for the Dolphins. Took Spencer Fano for them. Interesting. There are a few different routes that I'm considering going here. I do think that they could be in the receiver market. If you like Denzel Boston, I mean, why not? He's the best receiver on your team immediately. That's probably where I go. Corner's interesting as well. I'll take Colton Hood for them at 30. Because I think, again, as much as I love D'Angelo Pons, I have a hard time drafting him for a team like Miami that I think they would rather go get a boundary guy. They've got Jason Marshall slated to start in the slot for them right now. And I think Colton Hood's a really good player. I've got him as my number 4 corner, another guy with good size, 6 foot, 193, tested really well, ran a 4.44. And we did a spotlight on Colton Hood, and we talked about how poor his tackling was. But down the stretch of the season, he became a much more reliable tackler for Tennessee. I still like him better as a zone coverage guy. I think he has some issues in man from time to time, but really good player. I like him at pick 30. And then pick 31 for New England, I think the board fell kind of perfectly for the Patriots. You've still got Zion Young on the board. You've still got Denzel Boston on the board. You've still got both right tackles on the board. I'm going to take Maxi Hanator out of that group, though. I like him better than I like Blake Miller. He's young. He's long. He's a really good athlete. And I think New England is in a situation where they need to start thinking about the future of this offensive line. And Ihanator is a guy that I don't think has to start right away, can sit behind Morgan Moses and kind of develop for a year, and then he can be the starter for the long term. So I really like Ihanator. I think he's a first-round talent, and I'll take him at 31.
Yeah, I like that a lot because if you think about, the offensive line for the Patriots, because it still seems like they're hell-bent on starting Will Campbell at left tackle. You have Will Campbell, Elijah Vera Tucker, Jared Wilson finally will get to start at center. Then you could slot Mike Onwenu in at right guard, because I know that he flip-flops between right guard and right tackle every once in a while. And then you have a Hanator there. That's a really, really solid, as long as Will Campbell can continue to develop as a left tackle. I mean, that's a really, really excellent starting 5 for Drake May in front of him. Seattle at number 32. I think this is either one of 2 picks for Seattle at this point. Maybe one of 3, depending. I know they desperately need corner. I know they need edge, and I know that they need interior offensive line. I'm not really too sold on Pasantis as a first-round talent, even though it is number 32 overall. Not really too sold on that. I like the idea of taking an edge rusher here. And the edge rusher I would probably take, if I did, would probably be Malachi Lawrence in this spot. Yeah. I think it makes a lot of sense. But Avion Terrell is still on the board at number 32. And I think regardless of the athletic testing, there are players that every year we see year in and year out test poorly in some areas. And I don't really think it doesn't matter, to be quite honest with you. I think that McDonald is going to prioritize edge. They did lose Boye Mafe. Derek Hall actually flashed pretty decently in the playoffs. And then I believe Uchenna Nwosu is only under contract for 1 more year. So correct. I think edge is a pretty big need for them. I'm going to take Malachi Lawrence at number 32. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think he is a player that While there are inclinations of him being higher on some people's boards, I feel like we're not hearing enough talks about him potentially being a top 32 pick. And Seattle is one team that usually, especially when they're at the end of the first round, they usually do take a pick that you don't normally think about. Jordan Brooks a few years ago. They took Rashad Penny a few years ago too. They're always a team, LJ Collier. And I know that none of those picks really kind of worked out for them, but you know what I'm saying? They don't confide to the norm. So I think Malachi Lawrence is a really, really excellent option for them. 33. I have the New York Jets here. At this point, we took Mekhi Lemon. We took Arvell Reese. So at this point here, I'll be quite honest with you. I'm not taking Ty Simpson. I think the rumors have cooled on that. Thank God. Not to say that Ty Simpson's a bad quarterback, but I mean, then really, what are the Jets doing at this point if they're taking basically a first round pick on Ty Simpson? If you were going to do that, you might as well trade up one spot and at least get the 50-year option if you're going to take, a Ty Simpson or something like that. So right here at this point, we wide receiver, edge / linebacker. Let me see the linebackers that are on the board, because I do think linebacker is a big time need long term for the Jets. They did sign Demario Davis. They have Kiko Mauignoa, and they also have Jamien Sherwood. I think regardless if Demario Davis retires after this year or not, even if he's still under contract for the year after, but regardless, these are going to be his last 2 years in the NFL. Jamien Sherwood's probably going to be a cap casualty after this year. And I can't rely on Kiko Mauignoa to start on the interior, on the inside linebacker. So I'm not really too in love with the guys here at number 33. So I'm going to hold off on that. I'm going to look at the defensive line and corner is probably where I'm going to go with this pick. I love what D'Angelo Pons could bring to the table for the Jets. I think that he'd be an absolute dog. I think that they're kind of okay for the most part at corner for now. It seems like that's something that they'll probably address later on, because they do have 4 guys that they could start right now. Jarvis Brownlee in the slot. You have Brandon Stevens, who actually played pretty well down the stretch for the Jets. Of course, you have Nashawn Wright, and you have Zaire Thomas as well. So I think they're kind of cool on that. This is a difficult pick with the way that the board has fallen. Let's take a look at, Peter Woods is on the board, and I don't hate it. This is a tough selection for me, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to talk through this one. Let me see the interior of the offensive line. That's also something that I think could be early and often. I really like Emmanuel Pregnone in this spot. Mm-hmm. And I know that, like we talked about before, he is a little bit of an older prospect, but Pregnone is a player that is plug and play. I think this allows you to put Josh Myers back as your backup center, because even though they did sign him to an extension, he's not a starting caliber center in the NFL, in my opinion. Great depth. That allows you to put Joe Tippmann back at center, and it allows you to start Emmanuel Pregnone on the left or the right, wherever you want. So I'm going to take Pregnone here at number 33. I said, even though he is 25 years old, he was an exceptional player for Oregon last year. And I'm going to take Ty Simpson in this spot for the Cardinals. Yeah. I know that Cardinals fans don't want this, but especially with the rumors that are coming out with Jacoby Brissett rightfully wanting more money as a starter in the NFL now, it seems like more than likely they're trending in the direction that if Ty Simpson is available at 34, that looks like that's going to be the selection.
Yeah, I agree. And Pregnone's a first-round player on my board. I know he's older, so I like that pick a lot for the Jets. 35 for the Titans. I kind of would have liked Pregnone if he was on the board here, because I think guard is a disaster for Tennessee. Receiver is interesting because I constantly see receiver as a need for Tennessee, but Io Manor was good. Chimere Dike was good. You still have Calvin Ridley. They bring in Wan'Dale Robinson. You've got Xavier Restrepo still on this team. I don't think they need a receiver in day 2 of this draft. I think they want to continue to fill out this defense, maybe add another linebacker next to Cedric Gray, who was really good for them. I'm not going to take a receiver here for Tennessee. I think I will probably go with Blake Miller's there, but I think he's more of a true right tackle. And you've got J.C. Latham and you've got Dan Moore. and I don't like Latham, but
Wow, you have a lot
I
of
think
picks coming up.
yeah, I do. I think I'll go Basantis. There's a lot of stuff about Basantis going in the first round. Basantis is awesome in pass protection, but
Mhm.
I have a lot of questions about him in the run game because he's such a good athlete. He can never consistently connect, but I think the floor he brings in pass protection is worth drafting in the top 50. So Chase Basantis here at 35 to Tennessee makes a lot of sense to me. Then 36 for the Raiders. They don't have a third rounder, or they do have a third rounder. So I take that back. I think it's got to be receiver. I think they have to add another receiver. Denzel Boston's on the board. Actually, I'm going to change my mind here on the spot and take Blake Miller because they have
good man.
They've got some okay tackle depth. Colton Miller's. I'm still holding out hope for Delmar Glaze. You've got Caleb Rogers, who I think could play tackle, Charles Grant, who could play tackle. But they also, all of those guys are probably guards, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. Blake Miller, I think, is a plug-and-play starter at right tackle. Profiles very similarly to Colton Miller, too. And it's a pretty good receiver class where I think you can get very good talent at 67. So I'm going to do that there with the Raiders. Then at 37 for the Giants.
It seems like, wow, you have a crazy run of picks. I can't even believe it. It seems like you're setting up for Elijah Surratt to be the pick at number 67.
I mean, that's not it's not the plan, but if it works out that way, it works out that way. 37 for the Giants. This, I think, is the Denzel Boston spot. Corner's interesting. They could go D'Angelo Pons, which would be a lot of fun. I still like Brandon Cisse a lot, but I'm going to go with another receiver here and take Denzel Boston to the Giants. Gives them a more physical boundary, like true X receiver next to Malik Neighbors, which I think is something they're really looking for. So I like Denzel Boston's fit a lot here. And then at 38 for the Texans, we took Christian Miller to them in the first. I'm going to go a different route here than I see often. I think linebacker is a very underrated need for Houston. You've got Henry To'oTo'o and you've got EJ Speed, Azeez Al-Shaair. I know Al-Shaair is good, but I think he's getting close to the end of his contract. And you can't trust him to stay on the field for various reasons. So I'm going to take a linebacker here because I think that the value for Jacob Rodriguez is very good. He's so instinctive. He can play downhill for you. Tested incredibly well athletically. Like, I know they would like to get a guard. I think it's a little early to go with Keelan Rutledge personally. I think you get Jalen Farmer in the third round and you're getting a similar player, in my opinion. I don't like Jadarian Price in this spot either. So I'm going to go linebacker here for Houston. And then at 39, man, interesting board for Cleveland because they desperately need a nickel. D'Angelo Pons is still on the board. Makes a lot of sense for them. However, I'm really intrigued by the idea of Zion Young next to Myles Garrett on this defensive line. And for the tiebreaker, I'm going to go with who's higher on my board, and it is D'Angelo Pons, but Zion Young, I think, would be very fascinating as I
think putting because I don't remember who is slotted to be the nickel corner for Cleveland this year, but it's a desperately sneaky need for them this year. And
you've got Isaiah McGuire and Alex Wright too on the defensive side, who I think
they like Alex Wright quite a bit.
Yeah, I think I'll go D'Angelo Pons here. He's higher on my board by about 15 spots.
If you could start D'Angelo Pons in the slot, man, and then eventually like bring him out to the boundary, I feel like that's such a win.
Yeah, so I'll take Pons at 39. 40 for the Chiefs. We took Ruben Bain. We took Chris Johnson.
What a draft so far.
Yeah, safety I also think they could go with. It's a little early for AJ Halsey, in my opinion. I've got Halsey at 58. They could go receivers. Interesting. Jeremy Bernard would be so sick for them. Kind of is Rashee Rice without the beating allegations, so that works out nice. Yeah, I think I'll go Jeremy Renard here. I think that's where I'm going to go. Just get a good receiver for this team. And then at 41, who do we take? We took Mansour Delane.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go Zion Young here. He's their type. He's big. He's long. He's physical. Really good run defender. I think he's a better pass rusher than Shamar Stewart was. I know they brought in who was the edge that they brought in? Were they the team that signed Boye Mafe?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. Yes. So they brought in a couple of pieces off the edge, but they have Antoine Powell-Ryland. I did not realize that. I like Zion Young, though, for this team a good bit. So he'll be my pick at 41. And you're on the clock now with the Saints.
Yeah, you could take a breath now. It's okay. That was a crazy stretch you had there. New Orleans, I went with Carnell Tate in the first round, and I really love the way that the board has fallen for them. I think that this is, kind of ideal, and especially for the fact that the Saints need edge help, they need interior defensive line help. This really seems like completely ideal in this spot. I love what a lot of these guys could bring to the table for them. So I'm really going to have to choose wisely. I do think it is a deep defensive line class itself. So I'll be willing to hold off on taking a defensive tackle right now, just because it's a little bit deeper than edge, in my opinion. I feel like with the players that are on the board for edge, I feel like I have to go that way. I'll tell you what, I'm really intrigued by Gabe Yakas to the New Orleans Saints here at this point.
Because one of my favorite day two player team fits. I love that every time it's available.
I know people are going to look at TJ Parker and Cassius Howell and even R. Mason Thomas on the board, but Yakas is just that no nonsense meat and potatoes, thickly built defensive end that the New Orleans Saints desperately need right now. And I'm going to take Gabe Yakas at number 42.
Yeah, I like that a lot. 43 for the Dolphins. Let's see, that is not the Dolphins. The Dolphins, we took Spencer Fano and Colton Hood. Really like the way that the draft has gone for them. I'd probably go with an edge here. I think that's kind of where the value is at right now. You've got Chop Robinson, you've got Josh Uche, and nobody after that. So
yikes.
I'll take TJ Parker to them. I think the value's there. I'm lower on TJ Parker, but once you get into the 40s, he makes a lot of sense. I think he was a player that was kind of miscast over the summer, where we talked about him very highly. I don't think he ever was this great pass rusher that won in a variety of ways. He's a power rusher. He's going to beat you through the chest. He's got a good bull rush. I think that's kind of what he is, and that's fine. But I don't know if that's a first-round player. But at this point in the draft, I like it a lot, and I think Miami improves their defense by getting a good pass rusher.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's a fantastic pick. He seems like, I don't know why. You know when you could just picture a player in a uniform? TJ Parker just feels like he fits in a Miami Dolphins uniform. So I like that a lot. Arvell Reese, Mekhi Lemon, Emmanuel Pregnon is what I've gone with for my New York Jets so far at this point. I'd love to take a look at what's going on so this is a tough pick, because you're talking about a significant drop from 44 to 103. They don't have a third round pick. So this needs to be a wise selection here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there is certainly enough value at the safety position and the linebacker position to potentially wait. I think I'm probably going to look at either corner. Let me see what corners or defensive tackle. Oh, well, there's two guys on the board right there that I would like quite a bit, actually, for the New York Jets. I think long term, I feel like Peter Woods to the Jets at this point just makes a lot of sense.
That's where the value is, I think.
And I don't want to keep running around the fact that I think it makes a lot of sense, especially since the Jets are going to be playing more of a multiple front defense this year, where you're not just pinning Peter Woods to the 3 tech. He could play a little bit wider. He could play as a 5 tech. I think I think I'm going to take Peter Woods here. I think it makes a lot of sense at this point. I'm knocking everything over right now. But
yeah, that's where I would have gone. I like that a lot. The Ravens are back on the clock. We got Francis Mauigoa for them at 14. At 45, I think receivers where I'll look. This is where the receiver board gets interesting. This is where I think there is a clear top group here after Jeremy Bernard. And then it's kind of like pick your flavor, if you will. Which receiver do you like best? Chris Bell, I like still a good bit. I don't know if that's something that this team is going to want just because of the injury. Skylar Bell's interesting. I like him a lot. I like Ted Hurst a lot too. They also are a team that I think could go tight end. Eli Stowers, I don't like very much, but this is an interesting fit for him. But I think I could get Max Clare, who can do the same thing later on in the draft.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to go with Ted Hurst here. I know it's early for a lot of people, but Ted Hurst, I think, gives them a true vertical threat that Baltimore doesn't really have right now. They have Rashad Bateman, who I like as kind of that X. You've got Zay Flowers, who's a really good slot. Ted Hurst as that vertical threat, I think, makes a lot of sense. It's between him, Malachi Fields, and Dejon Stribling for me for this pick. I have Hurst ranked higher than all of those guys, so I'll take him here at number 9.
Obviously, I'm a Ted Hurst truther, so that's a great pick right there. Let me take a look at the edge rushers that are on the board right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because it seems like we're going to be able to knock out the biggest needs in the first 2 picks. Now, I tell you what, I could wait because there's a lot of I don't know if you feel like this too. I feel like once you get out of the 3rd round for edge rushers, there's it's a really weird gray area because I don't want to take any of these guys too high. I feel like after the 3rd round until pick 160, I feel like I don't want to take an edge rusher. I could potentially wait. There are some value players that are a little bit further down because I like a couple of other. I'll tell you what, I really like Derek Moore in this spot. I don't think I'm going to wind up doing it, but it is certainly intriguing. I think interior offensive line can certainly be a need for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here as well. Let me see. Gennings Dunker. Nice.
Rutledge Rutledge feels like a Jason Light type of guy too.
He does. Yeah. He really kind of represents that Cody Mock type of player. It seems like that, or that Ali Marpet player that from years ago, of course. That was kind of where I was going to think if the edge rushers didn't blow me away. And I feel like I can kind of wait on that. So yeah, I'm going to take Keelan Rutledge here at number 46. I feel like it makes a lot of sense. And he's also a player that's been getting a lot of 1st round hype lately as well.
Yeah, I'm not that high on that. But I like this spot for him. We're finally on the clock here. 47 Colts making an appearance. I know a lot of. I'm going to rant here for a quick second. I know a lot of Colts fans are upset that they don't have the 1st round pick. Sauce Gardner, I think, is better than anybody you could get at number 16. It hurts not having the 2027 1st round pick. I'll give you that one, but. I'm okay with it. But this is an interesting spot. The Colts have a weird roster right now. I think it has to be defense. If they go defense with every pick in this draft, I will be happy. Maybe one receiver would be nice. This could be the receiver spot. I think because you lose Pittman, you have Ashton Dulin right now as the wide receiver 3, and I don't feel great about that. I like Skylar Bell as a fit here. I think he would complement Josh Downs and Alec Pierce really nice. But I'm going to look really quickly at – we know the edge rushers on the board. Cassius Howell, R. Mason Thomas. I don't really think either of those are Ballard guys. So I don't think I'll go that route. Linebacker – probably where I'm going to go because I think linebacker is such a weakness for this team right now. My next ranked linebacker is Josiah Trotter.
I will say, I don't like to talk shit about anyone else's team, especially as a Jet fan, but The Colts might right now have the worst linebacker room in the
Oh,
NFL.
it's not Mike. They do. It's really bad. I'm
I was
probably going
being
to take
nice.
2 linebackers in this draft. It's awful. Josiah
I
Trotter
think
is my
I took
next ranked
Josiah Trotter.
linebacker.
I did a Colts mock draft yesterday, and I think I took Josiah Trotter at this pick.
Golday feels like he's going to get a lot of love from the league. I'm lower on Golday than consensus. And then Anthony Hill, like I don't think you can go wrong with any of those 3. As long as you don't take Deontay Lawson, I'm cool with it. Even Kyle Lewis, I think, would be nice.
Oh no, I actually went Jeremy Bernard, and then I went Anthony Hill with the first 2 picks for the Colts.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Man, it just kind of depends on what the Colts want, because I think Anthony Hill probably gives them a little bit more range and coverage. Josiah Trotter, I think, is up there with CJ Allen as the best run defending linebacker in the draft, and he's such a good downhill player. Golday is kind of a mixture of both, but slightly worse at both. Man, we're spending too much time on this. We'll take Josiah Trotter, one of my guys in this class, and I think it would be a much needed addition. So I like that a lot.
I like this. I got a little bit of a run of picks here now. Atlanta, I feel like it has to be. This is Atlanta's first pick in this mock draft. I feel like it has to be one of 3 positions. It has to be wide receiver, corner, and right tackle. We have to look at here. So let me just first and foremost. I know they signed Jawan Taylor. That might be a little bit more of a this year type of thing. Wide receiver and tackle that's on the board. I like some of these players that are on the board. Let's take a look. You took Jeremy Bernard, right?
Yes, I did. He went to Kansas City.
Okay. You know, I tell you what, who I really like here as a intriguing option for the Falcons. I really like Bryce Lance at this spot. I think that he really offers the Falcons something that they just don't have, and that is a boundary threat that could just run past the entire defense. And that also gives you a little bit of play because they signed Olamide Zaccheaus again, and they have Jahan Dotson. So adding Bryce Lance to that mix makes me feel a whole hell of a lot better about the Atlanta Falcons wide receiving core. So I think Jawan Taylor, even though he's not a long-term option, I don't think that means that he's going to be, right tackle is going to be the number 1 pick. I'm going to take Bryce Lance here at number 48 for the Falcons. I think it makes a lot of sense at this spot. For the Minnesota Vikings, I really want to see interior defensive line. I know that we went with Jermod McCoy at this spot. I'd love to see the interior defense here. Wow. Give me Lee Hunter at number 49 here for the Minnesota Vikings. That takes care of a ton of needs. I was actually thinking about safety there, and I'm glad that I didn't. Detroit at this spot here, I wouldn't rule out corner. I wouldn't rule out safety or linebacker either. If Jack Campbell wasn't on the Detroit Lions, I feel like Jake Golday would be the pick here. But I feel like they are so similar that it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Edge feels like something that can be taken here as well. So let's see what the edge rushers are on the board right now. I know I see R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell. Oh, but Avion Terrell really offers. So Avion Terrell offers them a ton of versatility in the secondary.
He's also just like he's a Dan Campbell guy, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Avion Terrell here at number 50. That makes a ton of sense. I took Omar Cooper Jr. at number 51. I see that Caleb Banks is still on the board at 51, and that's going to be the pick that I make. I think that it really solidifies a lot of the defensive needs along the line for the Panthers. Despite the injury history, I think you're getting a first-round talent at second-round value at this point with Caleb Banks, and I think that's too good to pass up. Green Bay with their first pick here at number 52. Green Bay is traditionally, for me, always a team that I feel like is actually very tough to draft for. I tell you what, I know that corner is a big time need for them. And let's take a look at the corners that are on the board. There's a couple guys that I'm thinking about here that might be a little surprising here. I'll tell you what, I think Dalen Everett is going to be my pick here at number 52.
Whoa.
I
Whoa.
think that, yes. And allow me by explaining that I think Everett is one of the more solidly built corners in this draft class at 6'1", 200 pounds. He's a great athlete. He is very tenacious in coverage as well. And he is what I think Green Bay looks for in a corner. We already know that they always look for size, they always look for proportion. And Daylen Everette is a player that not only has the athleticism, but has the size and the strength to play on the boundary. I know it's probably not going to be a popular pick, but I feel like corner is probably going to be the first pick off the board for the Packers. And I think Daylen Everette kind of fits the build for what they look for in a corner.
Yeah, that's a shocking one to me. Everett's interesting because I know he ran the 4.38. I just don't think that's his play speed. I thought, especially against Ole Miss, he got beat vertically quite often. So 53, you got Casey Concepcion here. Corner's interesting for them because I know they've got Jalen Ramsey. You've got Joey Porter Jr., Jamel Dean, who I like as like a veteran Band-Aid, but he just can't ever stay on the field. Nose tackle's interesting. I like Dominique Orange as a fit for them. Ultimately, and Dallas Crimson Tide in the chat's asking, is Everett a nickel possibly? I view him as more of a boundary guy. I just don't think
– 6'1", about that 6'1", 200-pound range. Very, very, very thickly built. Honestly, I spoke with Clint Goss the other day when we did our Atlanta Falcons mock draft, and he wound up selecting him in the 3rd round. And he kind of sold me on the Everett because he interviewed him and he said, because Clint, I don't know if you know this, Clint is 6'6", had no idea. And he was like, this guy was built like an absolute freight train. And we know that the Packers love those bigger, thicker, strongly built corners. And, you know, that's, minus what a Jair Alexander brought to them. But other than that, you look at the history of guys that they brought in or that they have or that they drafted. You think Eric Stokes a few years back, he was 6'4", 200 pounds. They like those bigger corners. So I don't think with the speed he could potentially, move inside to nickel. That would be cool. But I do think that corner is a huge need for them, and Everett kind of fits the build. Trading Stukes would have been a nice spot there too, but I like the age of Daylen Everette over Stukes. So,
yeah. Well, while we were talking about Daylen Everette, I realized I want to go with the safety for this team. They've got Sebastian Castro, they've got Deshaun Elliott, and they brought in Jaquan Brisker, I think just on a one-year deal, if I'm not mistaken.
1 year, yeah.
I'll go AJ Halsey. I think this is around the range I would consider him. He's physical. He is a really good, I liked him a lot over the summer, and I should have put him higher on my list. He is a guy that can defend the run. He's powerful. But also as a player that has really good ball skills. I think can move around the secondary. So AJ Halsey, I like him a lot in Pittsburgh. I'll take him. Yeah,
I like that pick a lot too. 54, you have the Philadelphia Eagles. I took Caden Proctor in the 1st round. So I don't think wide receiver is really something that they're going to be going for early. Again, until you know how I operate, until something actually happens, I don't really buy into the hype. So AJ Brown is still on this roster. I think AJ Brown is going to stay on the roster for now. I wouldn't mind seeing a tight end here. Let's take a look at the tight ends that are on the board, because Dallas Goedert and Grant Calcaterra both were brought back on 1-year contracts. So there's not a lot of commitment long-term to them. Eli Stowers will not be the pick. Okay. Oscar Delp will be the pick here for the Philadelphia Eagles. I just think I'm sure you could agree to this. He was grossly underused at Georgia. A player that is so fast up the seam, can definitely get behind the second level of the defense. He's a player that I like quite a bit as an inline blocker as well. And we know that if you want to play in this Philadelphia Eagles team, you have to block. So Stowers doesn't make a whole ton of sense to me in that spot. Delp is a player that's been steadily rising up the board. And we obviously know what Howie Roseman's relationship with Georgia football players is. So while you make the Chargers and the Jaguars, this is going to be a common occurrence in this mock draft. I do have to use the bathroom because I've drank about 8,000 ounces of liquid already. So this is a piss counter number 1 for me. So I will be back momentarily.
No worries whatsoever. And if you guys are in the chat, I will be interacting with you guys in the chat throughout this. Red Sea and Michael are having a conversation about the Arizona Cardinals right now and pick 3, where we took Sonny Styles to them. And look, I've talked about this a lot. Offensive tackle is, yes, the biggest need on Arizona, but there's not a tackle worth taking at number 3. Yes, you want to trade down in that situation, but there's no trade down available. I'm not reaching for a Francis Mauigoa when you've got the best player in the draft there in Sonny Styles, who is going to be able to impact your team right away from a coverage perspective, from a run defense perspective, downhill. I think he is a special talent. And if that's the guy you end up with at pick 3, that's not lighting a pick on fire. That's just taking best player available. And that's how you build a championship level team. Dallas Crimson Tides talk about who would be trading up to number 3. Well, I think Dallas is a team that makes a lot of sense. I think New Orleans is a team that makes a lot of sense. Kansas City could make sense. I do think there are some potential teams that could look to trade up to number 3 because plenty of teams are looking for one of those top edge rushers. So pick 55 here for the Chargers. Edge is, I think, where we're going to go. We took Vega Ioane to this team at 22. What a steal there. Now I think we're going to look edge rusher. And I'm lower on the edge talent available, but I think Cassius Howell does make a lot of sense for the Chargers.
I came back with a snack.
Nice. The Chargers are a team that needs a guy off the edge that can get after the quarterback. They have Khalil Mack back for 1 year. They also have let me pull up their depth chart here. They've got Bud Dupree, Tuli Tuipulotu, Khalil Mack. They just need somebody that can get after the quarterback. I think Cassius Howell fits that bill. And then at 56, responding to Red Sea in the chat, he says, right, because pure off-ball linebacker has worked out so well in the top 10 before in regards to taking Sonny Styles at pick 3. Well, I'll counter with this. We haven't had a linebacker as good as Sonny Styles come through since Luke Kuechly, who went in the top 10 back in 2012, and he's a Hall of Fame player. So that's my rebuttal there. Jacksonville at 56, weird team in terms of needs. I know it says wide receiver and corner are their 2 biggest needs. I don't think that's the case. I think linebacker is quietly their biggest need right now, and there's some good talent on the board. I'll take Anthony Hill Jr. for them at 56. They lost at Devin Lloyd to the Carolina Panthers in free agency, and they just get a really good athlete, good guy that I think can come in and replace that. So we'll take him at 56.
I like when you go on your long rants because I could eat my rice cakes off mic, so I don't bother anyone. But I love those picks. I think that's an exceptional pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Chicago, where we took Caden McDonald at number 25. So I would like to see, I have 2 picks inside the next 4 for the Bears. So I would like to see I would like to add potentially with these next 2 picks. I'm looking at safety. I'd like to add a safety at this point here. I think Traden Stukes actually makes a lot of sense. I know that he's probably going to play, which actually works out twofold because Stukes is a player that can play free safety. He could also play at the cornerback position as well, where, of course, they lost Nahshon Wright. I know that they're pretty solid with the corners that they have, but of course, more depth is obviously warranted. I think Stukes makes a lot of sense here at number 57. That's what I'm going to take here at this point. We're going to take Traden Stukes at 57. At 58, I took Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a little bit of a luxury pick at that spot. Let's take a look at the interior of the offensive line. Let's also take a look at Jennings Dunker is interesting.
Dunker is a good fit here.
I'm not particularly high on him, but I think it makes a lot of sense going forward. He could be your long-term replacement to Colt McKivitz. He could just start at guard right away at this point on the opposite of Dominic Puny. Jennings Dunker is going to be where I go in this spot here for sure.
I love the way that this board's falling. A lot of interesting fits.
I'll be honest with you, Josiah. We're absolutely killing it. I mean, there's no other way to talk about it.
So the Texans at 59. Man, this is where I start the Jadarian Price conversation. On my board, this is around where I'm like, all right, Jadarian Price. Or this is where I think these centers start to come off the board. That's kind of my thoughts. I think Connor Lew and Sam Hecht are two players I would take in the second round. For Houston, I think you can get one of those centers at 69. Nice. I'm going to take Jadarian Price here. I have a hard time believing he's going to be on the board there. Jadarian Price is a really good player. I'm just lower on him because he's a running back too. Don't think he's a great blocker. I don't think his speed is very good. Like, he got pulled down from behind. Like, I think he's a great special teams player, but I don't think he is this super elusive electric athlete that everyone thinks. He's not like his teammate, Jeremiah Love. I have Price as my RB4 in the class, but I do think he'll be the second one taken off the board. And Houston, they need running back. I know they brought in David Montgomery. They've got Woody Marks, who I think could do some of the receiving stuff. I think Jadarian Price is that.
Yeah, I like that. And we've talked about this, off camera and other times. This running back class is absolute shit. I mean, there's no other way to put it. But I'm going to break your heart a little bit here in this one. This is where I'm going to take Sam Hecht at number 60 for the Chicago Bears. I think it makes a lot of sense. Kind of fits what Ben Johnson wants to do on the offensive side of the ball. And we've added some excellent pieces for the Chicago Bears team. That extra second round pick really comes in handy for them.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize I had the Los Angeles Rams here at this point too. The Rams here at 61, a lot of different ways they can go. I do think linebacker is a sneaky need for them. And Jake Golday is on the board. That's probably going to be the way that I go, just because they do need a coverage linebacker. Nate Landsman is pretty decent, but other than that, I mean, they don't really have too much to write home about. I think Golday fits a huge need for them, and that's exactly what I'm going to go with here at number, 62? 61? 61, we're going to go with Jake Golday here. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I probably killed your plan for like the at least the Denver Broncos for a few picks there.
No, not at all. They got the visits on here. That's actually really helpful. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I like Golday. I did this in my recent mock draft, so that makes a lot of sense to me. 62 for the Broncos. I do think linebackers in need. They've got Justin Stranad. They've got Alex Singleton right now. They still have Drew Sanders. We'll see if he can ever get on the field for them.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Kyle Lewis here for the Broncos. I don't think the tight end value makes sense here. Kyle Lewis, though, he's undersized. I'm not really concerned about it, though. Like, he plays bigger than his listed frame. He is a good run defender. He's a really good athlete, and is a guy that I think is probably the best coverage linebacker I've ever seen. So this makes a lot of sense for what he would be able to bring. Been an All-American. Like, there's just so much to like about him. I'll take him at 62. And then at 63 for the Patriots, took Maxi Honachor. Man, they've got a lot of picks in this draft.
Yeah.
Kyle Lewis would have been fun here. Receiver. Oh, there's good receivers on the board here. I'm going to take Skylar Bell to the Patriots at 63. A guy that I think could work inside, outside, really good route runner, more physical than I think he gets credit for. Really good compliment to this receiving group as a whole. Like, I like the Romeo Doubs signing a lot for them. Now you have Skylar Bell, who I think could do some of the inside out stuff. You got Kyle Williams as the vertical threat. Kayshon Boutte just kind of does a little bit of everything. I think this was a really, really good value pick for the Patriots. I think Skylar Bell is a borderline top 50 guy in this class.
Absolutely. I love that. I really do. Seattle, we went with Malachi Lawrence in the first round. I would love to see what corners are available on the board right now in this one. Yep. Brandon Cisse is the pick. That's pretty, that just I don't even have to explain that one. That's pretty spot on there. So let's take a look. Arizona, we took Sonny Styles. We took Ty Simpson in this one as well.
It's got to be offensive line.
Yeah, it's got to be offensive line here in this one. Let's take a look at the tackles that are available. I have someone in mind, but I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone here. Caleb Tiernan is really nice. I'll tell you what, 65, probably going to be an unpopular pick with a lot of people here. I really like Jude Bowery. And I
Bowery's
think
getting a lot of buzz for like a third, like in the third. I'm lower on Bowery. Where do I have him? Go ahead. I'm just looking on my board.
No, I think Bowery makes a lot of sense. 6'5", 311 pounds, more than enough athleticism as well. This is a player that I do think is going to get, drafted higher than the consensus probably thinks. And every board is different, of course, because they have Bowery pretty high. I feel like PFF is pretty low on Jude Bowery as well, but this has got to be the pick here for the Arizona Cardinals. They need offensive line help, especially on the right side. Bowery is going to be the pick here for me at number 65.
All right. I'm lower on Bowery. I've got like a day 3 grade on him, but you're right. I do think we're going to see tackles get forced up the board in this class. I think Bowery's one of them. I think Demetrius Crownover is another one. I think Travis Burke is another one. Like, guys are just going to get pushed up the board because they can play on the offensive line. They've got some intriguing traits. I'm lower on Bowery. I would take him 4th to 5th more than likely, but it does make sense. And you don't really have the length concerns that you have with like a Barber or a Tiernan.
Yeah.
So Tennessee, we've taken David Bailey and Chase Basantis. I love this draft for the Titans so far. Receiver, we talked about it earlier. Don't really think they need to go receiver. Running back is interesting for them. I'm going to take Mike Washington for this team. Tony Pollard, not great. I still love my guy Tyjae Spears, but he just hasn't really panned out for this team. Mike Washington's a really fun running back who I think's got speed. He's got size, really good on his feet. He's got some issues that do concern me. But I have Mike Washington 63 on my board. We take him 66, right in line. My biggest issue with him is he's just really stiff as a rusher at times, but I think this is a good spot for him. 67 for the Vegas Raiders. We took Mendoza. We took Blake Miller. Now it's a receiver. Do we do it? Do we just take Surratt and just get it over with? I wasn't trying.
Tell me. It's your pick.
No, I don't think I will. I'm between Surratt, Chris Bell, and Dejon Stribling. And Stribling's lower than all of those guys on my board, but Stribling's a really good player, particularly as that vertical guy. But they did draft Deontay Thornton last year to kind of do some of that stuff.
Yeah, well, it didn't really work out yet, but
yeah. Still holding out hope for Jack Besh. I think he's going to be better in year 2. You've got Trey Tucker, who I think does a lot of stuff in the slot. So really what they need is the X. Yeah, it's going to be Elijah Surratt. We're going to keep that chemistry. He just makes too much sense. That back shoulder chemistry that he has. I like Chris Bell a lot. I think he's a really good player, but the injury is going to push him down the board. And I think that they need a guy like Elijah Surratt who can catch those back shoulder passes from Mendoza. So I'll take him at pick 67.
No, I like that. I mean, I put it in your head, but Philadelphia, we have taken, I really like the way that this is going for Philadelphia. We took some offensive line help. We took Caden McDonald. We took Oscar Delp. I'd really like to look at the defensive line. I'd like to look at edge right now for them as well. I know that really outside of Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt, it looks a little thin. I know that they signed, what are you laughing at?
Michael in the comments said, most long-winded way to take the guy everyone thought you were going to take. Respect.
That's pretty funny. I'm looking at edge here. I tell you what, there's one player that I'm thinking about that makes a lot of sense in my opinion here, and I think it's Danny Dennis Sutton at this point for Philadelphia. 6'4", 266 pounds, is one of those guys that you just can't really overthink it. He's very good against the run, sets the edge nicely. He's a great pass rusher as well. And you know what the funny part is with like your Micah Parsons, your Chop Robinsons, your past explosive edge rushers from Penn State. He's not as explosive, so people just kind of tuck him under the rug as someone that, oh, he's not nearly as good, but he's incredibly solid. I think it's much needed depth where the Eagles have kind of sort of floundered. I mean, last year they were begging for depth. They brought Brandon Graham out of retirement. I think you got to solidify the lines, and that's Howie Roseman's thing. And I think Sutton makes a lot of sense there at what pick is that? 68? 68.
Mm-hmm. 69 for the Texans. Nice. We got Christian Miller, Jacob Rodriguez, and Jadarian Price. Really nice draft for Houston. I think this is where we take a center, because if you look at their depth chart right now, Jake Andrews is slated to start for them at center. Don't love it. So I'm going to go with my number one center in the class, and Connor Lew, who, I mean, if he didn't get hurt, I've said this a number of times, I think he would have been a first rounder. Such a stable offensive lineman who I still think is going to be a good player. He's not necessarily the athlete that a guy like Sam Hecht is. He's probably more of a gap type of blocker, but really fundamentally sound in pass protection. I think he's got strong hands, good anchor. There's a lot to like, and I think he can start right away for Houston. So I'll take him at 69. 70 for the Browns. Tyson Lomu Pons to start this off. They're another team that needs a center. They've got Luke Whippler slated to start. I know they brought in Elton Jenkins, so I think there's a chance he could start at center for them. Yeah, that's probably where I'll go. I think I'm going to go with an edge rusher for them. I think I'm going to go with a guy that I'm starting to really like. Didn't like him a lot a couple of months ago, but I think this is the range I would take him. I'm going to take Jyshawn Barham out of Michigan. A guy that is very similar to me to Jalen Walker from last year, a guy who is kind of this hybrid linebacker, edge rusher type of player. He's such a good run defender already, and you see flashes of a really good bull rush. He's got some really good speed and athleticism. I think you take a shot here if you're Cleveland on a guy that is a really impressive athlete, has some versatility for you, and I think he'd get downhill and make some plays for you in the run game. So I'm going to take him, develop him as the edge next to Myles Garrett.
I like that. For Washington, so here's my thinking with Washington. In free agency, over the last couple of years, they've spent a good amount of money on the defensive side. Dan Quinn is a defensive-minded coach that squeezes basically as much juice out of each player as he possibly can. So I'm thinking that, especially with a limited amount of selections, it's going to be a lot more offensive than we think for the Washington Commanders. There are some areas of concern for them. Another wide receiver is a big-time thing. I know they brought Chickasee Okonkwo in through free agency. That was a big get for them. So tight end isn't nearly as big of a need. Let's take a look at wide receiver who's on the board. Oh boy. There's quite the selection on the board. I think Brazel makes a lot of sense here. Don't know if I'll take him yet. I'm going to talk myself into this one. I do think a big bodied vertical threat is absolutely needed on the offensive side for Washington. Especially with Deebo Samuel now gone. I mean, Branch makes a lot of sense too, but they drafted Jalen Lane.
I like Stribling here.
I think Chris Bell makes a little bit more sense, actually. I think Bell is kind of sort of like what Deebo Samuel did for them last year, but he also is, I think, faster and more even with the ACL. It was a clean tear, so it's been fully repaired. It's stronger than ever now, they said. So Bell is a player that I think he's not going to relinquish any athleticism due to the past injury. And I think he's kind of more of a jacked up version of Deebo Samuel. So I'll take him there for sure.
Yeah, I like that. 72 for Cincinnati. Mansour Delaney, Zion Young to kick off this draft for them. Could go with another safety. I like Genesis Smith a lot. I don't know if he'll go this high, but they brought in Brian Cook. I think they would need more of a strong safety, ideally. I think I could wait and get that at like 110. I am considering going guard here. I do really like Jalen Farmer. I think he's a really good player. They brought in Jalen Rivers. They brought in Dylan Fairchild last year throughout the draft. They still have Dalton Reisner. Maybe a center. I think I'm actually going to go center because Ted Karras doesn't have a ton of time left, I don't think. And I think that's kind of where the value's at right now. So I'm going to go with, I like Jake Slaughter a little bit more than I like Logan Jones. So I'll take Slaughter. Slaughter is a weird one because I feel like he's good at a lot of different things, but he is not great at any one thing. I think he's probably just going to be a guy that's going to stick around, be a good starter in the league. Do I ever think he's going to be an all-pro? Probably not, but a good player nonetheless. And at 72, you get a starter along the offensive line, you take it. So I'll take Jake Slaughter there.
No, it's a very Bengals pick too. It feels like I like that selection a lot. Saints here. I'm really enjoying what we've done for the Saints so far. Carnell Tate, Gabe Yakas. I like this a lot. Linebacker, defensive line is probably what we're going to look for here at this point. Let's take a look at the linebackers that are on the board first and foremost. I know they did bring in Caden Ellis as well, but that's more of your pass rushing off ball linebacker. Not in love with who's on the board right now. So we're going to go to defensive line. I think Deontay Lawson is criminally overrated.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I love this board right now.
All right.
Good players.
This is great. So tough.
I think I know where you're going to go.
Very tough. I think you know exactly where I'm going to go with this one. But I do think that, I mean, the defensive line is obviously a huge need for the New Orleans Saints here. I really like Dominique Orange because he gives a little bit of a different look than what they have, because Brian Brzee is a little bit more pass rush oriented. I can't pass up the talent of Grayson Halton though here at number 75. I'm going to have to take Grayson Halton at this pick. I think it just speaks. Where do you think I was going to go, Darrell Jackson?
I thought you were going to take McClellan.
No, a little too early for me for McClellan. I think maybe if this was the Saints' next pick, but I think Halton makes a lot of sense. He brings a little bit more juice, and in an odd front, he can also play that like 5 tech for them as well. 6'3", 293 pounds. I like the versatility along the defensive line that he could bring for them.
Yeah, Chiefs are having an incredible draft so far. Yeah. And I'm going to go safety now for them. I'm going to go Bud Clark. I've made this pick a bunch of times. Bud Clark feels like a Spags defensive back. He's got long arms. He's really smart. Tested way better athletically than I thought he was going to, which intrigues me. There's a lot to like about what he does. Ran a 4.41. He's a really good player. Who's just been rising up draft boards, and I like his fit a lot in Kansas City. So he'll be my pick at 74. 75 for the Dolphins. We've took Spencer Fano. We've took Colton Hood. We've took TJ Parker. Have to get some playmakers for this team now. I think the first player that I'm going to go with, it's weird because I find myself kind of still drafting Mike McDaniel type of players for the Dolphins, just trying to get used to like they don't need speed all the time. I'm going to take Tejon Stribling, though, for them. I think he is a good vertical threat. He's really physical. Want to see him be a little bit better at like separating across the middle of the field. I think he's got to get better as an overall route runner. But for the Dolphins, I think he can be a vertical threat for you. He's really physical, blocks his ass off. There are some things to really like about Stribling. So I'll take him at 76. And then at 77, or take Stribling at 75. At 76, now for Pittsburgh, Concepcion and Halsey have been our first 2 picks. I'm going to take Dominique Orange here for them. They need a nose tackle. You can move Keanu Benton to the 3 tech, which is where I think he should be playing anyways. Just kind of rounds out the defensive line for them on that front 3. So I really like Dominique Orange, Big Citrus in Pittsburgh.
What a great nickname. It really is
wonderful.
Let's see. So Tampa Bay at number 77 here. Let's take a look at who we've gotten. We got CJ Allen and we got Keelan Rutledge. I'm really looking to add to the pass rush at this point here. So let's take a look at the pass rushers that are on the board at this point. Oof. Yeah, you know, I know they like a traditionally heavier edge here. Not really seeing a lot of that. Seen a lot of speed. I mean, I guess I would choose between, you know what? I know that they liked Malachi Lawrence, so they're not totally invested in the heavier pass rushers.
They also, they also did draft David Walker last year, who was very small. So
Yeah.
it does feel like they are looking for more
Yeah.
fireworks off the edge.
Yeah, I think that's where I'll take our Mason Thomas here at this point. I
Yeah.
think our Mason Thomas is, as a run defender, he's not really going to offer you anything, but in terms of speed and overall juice off the edge, obviously he's going to offer you an absolute ton. It was a tough one between him and Joshua Josephs there, but I'll take our Mason Thomas in this one.
Yeah, I like that spot a lot. I'm lower on our Mason Thomas than consensus. I think it sounds like you are as well. But
yeah, I mean, 77 is way lower than I've seen him go in a lot of drafts. So
yeah, 78 for my Colts. We took Josiah Trotter earlier. Receiver is one spot I'm considering. I think Malachi Fields is like my comparison for him is Michael Pittman. I think he makes a ton of sense. Just if that's what you're trying to do. I don't love any of these other receivers. Like I think you could get a guy down the board that would be a little bit better.
Sorry, I'm cracking up. Just one of the comments was, I think the Steelers front office would pop a hammy getting the card in to take Orange at this point.
Yeah, probably. Caleb Tiernan might be the pick here. That is a Chris Ballard offensive line pick if I've ever seen one. Mm-hmm. Very similar profile to Bernard Ryman. Jalen Travis, like I think a lot of people are going to draft tackle high for the Colts. Jalen Travis was good as a rookie. Like yeah. I do think he's got some potential. Ultimately, where I'm going to go here, I think I'm going to just do a fastball here, and I'll take Derek Moore. They need somebody else off the edge. You talk about the linebacker room being bad. I love Laiatu Latu, really good player. They have nobody after that. JT Tuimoloau was their second-round pick last year, was not in my top 100 last year, and didn't play really any meaningful snaps for the Colts all season long. I think they lit that pick on fire. They have nobody to get after the quarterback outside of Latu. They need to do something. They were linked to Trey Hendrickson, were really aggressive at trying to get him, and then the Ravens screwed the whole league over. I'm going to take Derek Moore here and get another pass rusher. I'm still salty about that, Baltimore.
I don't think they did anything wrong. That's just
they didn't.
At 70, God, I am blind. At 79 for the Atlanta Falcons, let's take a look at the corner position. I think corner is a pretty sneaky need for them in terms of on the boundary opposite AJ Terrell. I like a lot here. Keith Abney has really fallen very far. But that's not who I'm going to go with here. I think a big body boundary is what I'm looking for. And I think right now what fits best for what I think Atlanta is looking for on the boundary is going to be Devin Moore. I do think that at 6'3", about 200 pounds, honestly, I think what separates Devin Moore from being, a top 50 player is just the overall 40-yard dash. I think if he ran like the low 4.4s, I think he'd easily be a top 50 player, but a little bit of slower on the 40-yard dash, but I think Moore offers them a ton. Mike Hughes, his days are numbered in Atlanta at this point. I think you got to go younger and you got to go longer at the position. So Devin Moore is my pick there.
I like it. Baltimore at 80. We took Maui Noah. We took Ted Hurst. Edge is interesting for them. They have Mike Green. They've got Trey Hendrickson. Maybe you take another guy. Corner. I've seen a lot of Ravens fans say that they think Baltimore is going to take corner earlier than people expect. They drafted Kone last year. You've got Kyle Hamilton, who does mostly stuff in the nickel. Defensive tackle is also interesting for them. And I think you've got Matabuika, you've got Travis Jones, who they've got listed as defensive end. I think he's more their nose. I'm going to go with defensive tackle here. And I think I'm going to go with Caleb Proctor out of Southeast Louisiana.
Wow.
He's smaller. I get it, but so explosive, gets off the edge really quick. I think he's going to be a top 100 pick in this draft. And I think makes a lot of sense to Baltimore. So I'll take him. I think Jacksonville would have loved to have gotten him. They made a very weird trade for Rukaroro. I guess it's better than Mason Smith, but we'll just take him off the depth chart. I still think defensive tackle's a need, though. And I'm going to go I'll take Chris McClellan here, who I think would fit really well. Defends the run. I mean, the Texas A&M game, he is dominant in that game at the line of scrimmage. I like his fit here. They need defensive tackle, and I think they've got another third rounder coming up as well. So maybe they can get a safety there, but I like McClellan in this spot.
I think early on, Minnesota is kind of sort of one of the big winners of this mock draft here. Jamal McCoy, Lee Hunter. On the offensive side, probably going to need a center at some point too. Need some kind of interior offensive line help. I'm going to hold off on that though. I think I'm going to look and see what safeties are available at this point. I really want to load up this defense because it is very, very thin. Even at positions where they do have good players starting, the depth is just kind of non-existent. And Kamari Ramsey's very nice. Genesis Smith misses a little bit too many tackles for me. We need a hitman replacement. So, obviously Harrison Smith, who should be a future Hall of Famer, in my opinion, has retired or has moved on. I don't know if he's actually officially retired yet, but Ramsey makes a lot of sense to me here. Someone that also played a lot in the nickel, doesn't really have a ton of ball production. I think he has one interception to his collegiate career, but also only had a 2.3 missed tackle percent rate last year. And I think that's what we're going to value here. Athleticism, good. Length, size, overall really good. I think he could start in the secondary next to Josh Metellus. I'm going to take Kamari Ramsey here at number 82.
Okay.
Carolina, we have taken Omar Cooper and Caleb Banks so far. Let's take a look at the tight ends that are on the board because even though they do have quite a few tight ends, oh my goodness, Eli Stowers, just give me Eli Stowers. Jesus, he's still on the board at this point. I don't love him. I think we are on the same page that I don't really love Eli Stowers, but he is a player that I think in this offense, you have Tommy Tremble who can play inline. You also have Mitchell Evans, who actually had a pretty good rookie season for a 5th round rookie. And then I think they've kind of sort of given up on Jatavion Sanders at this point. So, your Jatavion Sanders replacement is going to be Stowers in that. And I think that just, you really have invested a ton in Bryce Young at this point, because that's you can't argue. I know that you don't like him as an overall tight end, but as a weapon, that's a really, really solid, 4 options you have there, including Jalen Coker. So, I think Stowers is a good pick there. Green Bay, I'm probably going to look at edge at this point here. I think Joshua Josephs is on the board, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I know that their thicker edge rusher is Lucas Van Ness. He's also someone that hasn't really worked out yet as an overall everyday player. Micah Parsons is probably going to be injured for most of, if not the entire season. I think they need a ton of juice off the edge. And even when Micah Parsons comes back, if you have Joshua Josephs, Micah Parsons on either side, I mean, that's pretty dang good. They don't really have too much behind that. I think they have like Brenton Cox and like a couple other outside. They lost Kingsley Enagbare to the Jets too, so they're kind of floundering for edge help there. So I think Joseph's in this spot is really nice for them.
Yeah, I like that. Pittsburgh at 85. I mean, great draft. I think I'm just going to make this simple and take Caleb Tiernan. Could be a tackle, could be a guard, just gives them offensive line security, which is something I think they need. And it's kind of the complete opposite body type to what they drafted with Broderick Jones. I think that's kind of a necessity for them. 86 for the Chargers. We've taken Vega Ioane. We took Cassius Howell for them. Could go with a defensive tackle for them. Which is probably where I'm considering going. I do think another safety is interesting too. Well, RJ Mickens was good for them, and I think Derwin James can do a lot in the slot. So I don't know if that's a necessity. Yeah, I think with this pick, we go defensive tackle. I'll just take Darrell Jackson, I guess. I don't love Darrell Jackson. I think he's got some problems, but at 86, that size, those movement skills, and just the power that he plays with, you kind of have to take it. I think Harbaugh would really like him. At 87 for the Dolphins, Fano, Hood, Parker, Stribling.
Really good double dip value picks here. Really good.
Yeah, might double dip at corner, to be honest. We took Colton Hood. I'm going to take Keith Abney.
Oh,
What do I take Keontae Scott and just basically keep him in the same stadium?
Keontae Scott 25. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, that is fair. I'll take Abney because I think he moves a little bit better. I think he is a little bit better in man coverage, and I think he gives you a little bit more flexibility to play on the boundary. So I like that a lot. And you get Colton Hood and Keith Abney in the secondary. I think that would be really fun. And then Jacksonville, who have taken Anthony Hill, they've taken Chris McClellan. Who do they have in the nickel right now? Jordan Lewis, who they paid quite a bit of money to. I
think they're kind of good on corner for the most part.
Yeah, and Travis Hunter's going to play there full time, they said.
Yeah, which I don't believe, by the way. But.
Yeah, I don't believe it either. Running back's interesting. Safety is interesting as well. Free safety, you've got Antonio Johnson. I think for them, I'm going to take Genesis Smith, who I really like. I know he misses a lot of tackles, but he's so smart on the back end. And I think he like some of the ball hawking stuff that he does, I think is really impressive. I have him as a borderline top 50 player, but I understand the concerns, and I do think there's a good chance he falls. Pick 80 here for the Bears, or 89 for the Bears. This is you. I feel like there's a pick that makes a lot of sense on the board.
Yeah, I'm looking at what I've gotten so far, and I think the Bears have done a really good job up until this point. I'm really looking to add off the edge at this point now because there definitely needs some pass rush upside here. We did take Caden McDonald, who is more of your run stuffer. You know, we have Traden Stukes, who is probably going to be free safety. Sam Hecht obviously is a center, so I'm going to add to the edge rushing position if I could see who is on the board here. Romello Height, Kieran Crawford, Anthony. I'm not in love with who's on the board here at this point, but I feel like I do have to take an edge rusher at some point. On the other hand, I do like the idea of Chris Brazzell as a wide receiver in Chicago. I do too. I love that sentiment just because that's your big body guy. I mean, obviously you have Odunze. Odunze is more of that possession-based receiver. Burden, you could play in the slot if you get Brazzell here. And really the wide receiver depth behind, really your top two guys is pretty dang thin at that point there. So I'm going to take Brazzell here. That's going to move Luther Burden into the slot. And I think it's a really formidable three. And you get a big body deep threat for Caleb Williams, who has one of the most underrated arms in football.
It's don't get me started. Pick 90. I think I want to go tight end here. They have Greg Dulcich slated to start. That's not happening. Sam Roush is my number 2 tight end by default. I think I would take Max Clare here. I think he's a better receiver. He's a better route runner. I just think he made a mistake going to Ohio State, who doesn't utilize tight ends. So I think the value here at 90 makes a lot of sense. I'll take him. And then at 91 for Buffalo, we took Akeem Mesidor to them early. And maybe nose tackle, but I feel like I can get Nick Barrett later in the draft. I feel like I can get Cameron Ball or Devon Eastern. Gary Smith is going to get drafted today. So probably not going to go that route. What's going on?
You said Gary Smith is going to get drafted today. You obviously know that's going to happen. And don't forget about Brandon Cleveland.
Yeah. I'm saying that on my point of view. Gary Smith's a top 10 defensive tackle for me. So,
oh boy, I've been on that train for a long time, Buster.
So I got
the tweets for that one too, if you want to see proof of that.
Yeah, he's awesome. Maybe guard. Oh yeah, they got Nick Broker slated to start right now. I don't like that. No. So gonna go guard here. I'll take Jalen Farmer. Very,
Oh,
very,
really nice.
very similar player to Osiris Torrance. And I think they want to they love big offensive linemen. You just look up and down the line. Jalen Farmer, I think, would be a really, really good value pick here. So glad we kind of took our time, went through it with the Bills, but I think this would be a really good spot for him.
Dallas, I'm going to continue the defensive onslaught here. We took Dylan Thieneman, Keldrick Falk as our top two guys. I really don't think, I don't know if you're in the same boat as me, maybe outside of a developmental swing tackle at some point. I feel like this draft has to be all defense. I feel like the offense is set. I feel like they really have they don't really have too many needs at all on the offensive side. Long term, you know, they have to get a deal done with George Pickens if that's the case. But I think they're kind of good on the offensive side of the ball. They need to focus on the defensive side. Let me see linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys here. We know that Jerry Jones loves his linebackers.
Cowboys fans in the chat right now are screaming at you to take a corner.
Yeah, that's also valid. I'm not in love with the linebackers. I mean, I just don't see it. I don't know about you. I just don't really see it with either Deontay Lawson or Keyshawn Elliott that much.
Elliott, I could see. Elliott, I can get on board with. I have Keyshawn Elliott. I have him as more of like an early day 3 guy, but Deontay Lawson.
If I'm gonna take Keyshawn Elliott, I'd rather just take Jaden Duggar. I'd rather just you know. Yeah. All right, so give me the corners. I'll oblige. Let's take a look at the corners that are on the board here. You know, there's a couple different ways you can go here. I think I'm a little bit lower on Keontae Scott only because I think he's just strictly a nickel corner at the NFL level. Also, he's a little bit older as well. And also, if you look at his seasons by metrics, last year he was, well, I shouldn't say last year, 2024 he was putrid. And then, 2025, everyone could have a change. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I love Davison Igbinosun.
I will interject here just on the Keontae Scott conversation. Yes, he does. He did have a really bad year in 2024 at Auburn where they played him on the boundary primarily. And he's not a boundary guy.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I do think that played into it. But on the other hand, Dallas is starting a Reddy Stewart right now in the nickel. So
well, if you get a boundary corner, you could put Deron Bland back at nickel. So I'm not worried about that. So where Deron Bland probably succeeds, a lot more. Go back to the corners here for me. Malik Muhammad is certainly interested here because I feel like he is a player that definitely can start either on the boundary or in the slot. So that gives you some versatility there as well. I feel like, I don't know about you, I feel like Muhammad just is a player that continuously performs and just kind of gets like buried in this draft class just because he's been such a highly rated player for so long. But I think Igbinosun's size speed combination would fit very well for the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm going to take Davison Igbinosun here at number 92.
Yeah.
I like that.
93 for the Rams.
I have the Rams. We did Kenyon Sadiq, Jake Golday. Let's take a look at I don't want to really take an offensive tackle. Let's take a look at wide receiver. I know that the wide receiver, the depth is deep. Don't get me wrong. Like they have good players. They have Jordan Whittington. They have Kanota Mumfield as well that they like. But those aren't guys that are going to wow me. Those are guys that are perfectly good in their spot where they are. You know what I'm saying? Long-term wide receiver, I think Jacoby Lane is pretty cool here. I think I might cool off on that, though. I don't know if I really want to do that. Malachi Fields is certainly interesting. I'm really looking in the now. I'd say I'm looking for more of a slot receiver, I would say. Maybe. But we did take Kenyon Sadiq. I might have backed myself into a little bit of a corner here, and that's actually fine. Let's take a look at safety because I know that they are quite thin at the safety position, and this is also a team that does value versatility. And I like Jalen Kilgore here a lot. Actually, I'll be quite honest with you. I know that they don't really need too much on the boundary. He can start as a corner. and he could definitely start as a free safety as well. So I think taking someone like Kilgore here gives you the opportunity to develop him where you don't have to thrust him into a starting spot right away. So I'm going to take Kilgore here at this point. You're smirking. What are you smirking at over there?
Michael in the chat is saying it's a good thing Davison Igbinosun won't be going to the draft in person, or he'd draw a flag for defensive pass interference on Roger Goodell.
Hey, he was way down this past year on that. Cut him some slack.
He wasn't getting the calls, but he did not play any less physical this past year.
I like the tenacity. What can I say? He needs to rely more on his overall speed and athleticism, though. He does get too grabby. You have the grabbiest cornerback in the NFL now, so I'm sure you're happy about that.
Hey, it is what it is.
One man's trash. No, I'm just kidding. I still love Sauce Gardner.
Yeah. 94 for the Dolphins. I mean, maybe we go back to offensive line. Maybe we go. I like the interior of their defense. Zach Sealer, Jordan Phillips. They drafted Kenneth Grant last year. Like, I actually feel pretty good about their interior. Linebacker, you've got Jordan Brooks. Maybe you take a linebacker. We take Colton Hood. We took Keith Abney. We haven't taken a safety yet. Maybe we just take a safety here. I'll go Zakee Wheatley. I'm lower on Wheatley than consensus, but great run defender, really smart around the box, just gives them some physicality. Again, Miami, take just any best player available, just throw a dart. He'll probably make the roster for you. 95 for the Patriots. We took Ihanachor. We took Skylar Bell. I'm sprinting the card in for Kieran Crawford here, who I really, really like. He is a dynamic athlete, really fast off the edge, has to get better at using his hands. But I do like what he can bring to the table. So New England, who needs another pass rusher, I think I'll take Kieran Crawford there.
I think the Seahawks are quietly having a very, very nice draft here. Malachi Lawrence, Brandon Cisse. Let me take a look at that interior of the offensive line for them. I know that they do love Jalen Sundell, so I'm not going to touch the center position, but I would like to get them another guard to spring them free of Anthony Bradford. So, I'll tell you what, Trey Zune really feels like a Seattle Seahawk type of player. Now, I know traditionally he played tackle and he also played center, but he also does have the size to play guard. Brian Parker is certainly interesting too. He's someone that I feel like is more of a finesse blocker. Billy Schrauth is another player that's certainly interesting. I think that we could wait on this. Let's take a look at linebacker. I think we could wait on now, linebacker, some people say might be a wasted pick on Seattle. I tend to disagree. I think that I definitely think that they could use some depth here. Let me see just the linebackers.
My bad.
No, you're good. Tell you what, I tell you who I really like in this spot. I think you know who I really like in this spot, but I think it might be a little too early for him. I don't think it is, though. And Seattle's also a team that definitely doesn't confide to the norm when it comes to, like consensus boards and stuff. I think Caleb Alamzor actually is a sneaky top 100 option in this year's draft class. And I think he kind of offers you that coverage linebacker versatility that Seattle might be looking for here. I'm going to take Caleb Alamzor. It might be an unpopular pick, but I love the player and I love he seems like a Mike McDonald type of player. And that's exactly what I'm looking for here. Minnesota's having a great draft as well. Let's take a look at who we've selected here. I know we went super heavy with Lee Hunter, and we took Jermon McCoy. I don't remember who I took. I took Kamari Ramsey. That's right. I wouldn't hate adding an. I don't really love any of the other linebackers that are on the board. Edge, I actually think is okay. Let's take a look at the centers that are on the board. I think I saw Logan Jones was still on the board. Yes. I think we could. I'm going to wind up taking Logan Jones here. I think this is, I think if it wasn't for his age, he'd probably be a lot closer to the top 50. Again, another player that's going to be closer to, 25 years old around his rookie season. But I love what he could bring to this Minnesota Vikings offense. He could definitely bring a little bit more physicality than we've seen in their offensive line. And they've poured a ton into their offensive line the last couple of years, especially adding Donovan Jackson in the first round last year. So he actually played pretty well when he played. So, and that's a player that, you know, they're looking to build on this year. So Philadelphia at pick number 98. Let's see what players. I'm going to start forgetting like everyone that we've taken at this point. So Caden Proctor, Oscar Delp, Danny Dennis Sutton. Let's take a look at the safeties that are on the board. I think we could definitely look to replace Reed Blankenship at this point, certainly. Let's see here. VJ Payne is certainly interesting. I'm not too high on Lorenzo Styles. I just think he runs really fast. That's really all I can say about that. It seems a little early for VJ Payne. I'm thinking of maybe going to the defensive line here. The depth along the defensive line is a little worse for wear when you get behind Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. So let's take a look at the defensive line here for this one. Let's see. Rayshon Benny is interesting.
I think Taylor Onyedam's going to go day 2.
Yeah, he's an excellent player. A lot of people have him in their top 10 defensive tackles. I think DeMonte Capehart is certainly interesting here. Kind of a tweener type of player that could spring Jordan Davis free, kind of be your run defender on maybe third down or something, offers you a little bit more athleticism. Tim Keenan is interesting as well. I think I'm going to have to go with tough. You know, I tell you what, I like Zane Durant here. I think Durant actually could bring a little bit more pass rush juice behind I know they have Moro Ajomo as well, but besides for really the interior of that defensive line starting 3, there really is there isn't really too much depth. So give me Zane Durant here at this point. I think teams are going to bank on his athleticism and his pass rush upside.
Yeah, I like that. At 99, I'm just taking Keontae Scott. I'm getting him off the board. This is a player that I have significantly higher. This team does need a nickel. Jalen Ramsey's at the nickel. Just move him back outside with Joey Porter. Now you have Keontae Scott in the nickel. I think the physicality they've added in the secondary with Keontae Scott and with AJ Halsey, I think is going to be very noticeable for them next year. At pick 100, Anthony Hill, Chris McClellan, Genesis Smith. I like the way this draft is going. I do think they could go tight end. You've got Brenton Strange, who does a lot more of the inline stuff. They could look for like a more vertical guy, whether that be a Trigg or a Justin Jolie, but I kind of like the value on that later. This is where the draft, I will go running back for them. And because you've got Baishal Tutin, and that's about it. Do I go Coleman or Johnson? I'm going to go with Jonah Coleman. He is my RB2 in the draft still. I think a lot of people are just overthinking it because he didn't run very fast. He's not a very fast player. It's not that surprising. At 101, Tennessee, they've got David Bailey, Chase Basantis, Mike Washington. Probably going to go linebacker here for them. We're kind of in the day 3 range now where I think now just start taking guys. I like Keyshawn Elliott in this range. Really good athlete. I think he's got to clean up some of his tackling issues, but instinctive run defender, has some good chase down ability, fills gaps well. If he can clean up some of the tackling, I think he could be a really solid player and a good compliment to Cedric Gray. Then at 102 for the Raiders, all offense so far. Got to be defense, I think, here. Could look for another edge opposite of Max Crosby. Could go corner here. Who do they have? I know they signed Karan Johnson. You've got Eric Stokes, Darian Porter. Safety's really rough for them.
Yeah.
But I think it's almost got to be a defensive tackle. This is where I think I'll take Tyler Onyedam. It's interesting because I really liked him a few years ago. I don't know if you remember this. And he was Iowa State. This is a guy I was really intrigued by. Kind of bulked up, kicked inside, went to Texas A&M, and was really good this past year for them. Really good pass rusher. He's got to clean up some issues with like pad level and consistency, but I think he can be an interesting player. So I'll take him at 102 to Vegas. And then you're on the clock with your Jets.
Yeah, let's take a look. It's been so long, I forgot. Yeah, I mean, I think they've killed it so far at this point. I think they've added a ton of talent, and that's really what they need to do. So We've basically taken care of the offensive line. Weapons, I really like a threesome of Garrett Wilson, Mekhi Lemon, and Adonai Mitchell. Arvell Reese is solid as well. Let's take a look at 103. I'd like to take a look at the safeties that are on the board. I know that they brought Dane Belton in on a 1-year contract. They traded and then signed Minkah Fitzpatrick to a 3-year contract. I still think that long-term, they're probably looking to get some sort of safety help as well. BJ Payne is interesting. I'm not really, I know that they're quite high on Robert Spears Jennings. That might be the way that I wind up going here. I love Jalen Husky. I'm trying to do every pick with some sort of a touch of realism. Robert Spears Jennings, really good athlete, insanely fast for his size as well. And honestly, if you could play a couple years behind, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and you can get his tutelage as well, I feel like that's obviously something that you would obviously value here. But before I do that, I just want to take a look at the corners that are on the board. That's also a position that we could totally look to upgrade as well. Man, Malik Muhammad being here just offers you a lot. Dekario Davis is another player that I think could certainly be in play here at this point. Another player that could potentially move back to play safety at some point in his career. You know what? Give me Dekario Davis at number 103. I think I like the value there. I like the overall pedigree and what we've seen from him in college. Arizona at 104. Again, let's take a look at who I took here for that. Sonny Styles, Ty Simpson, Jude Bowery as well. This wouldn't be too crazy, in my opinion, for a running back. I know that they signed Tyler Algier. I know that they reworked a contract with James Conner as well.
They still have Trey Benson as well.
They still have Trey Benson. There's a little bit of, it's a little bit of a mess at the position. I think safety could be in play here for sure. Let's take a look at the safeties that are on the board. We just did that, but we'll take a look at the safeties that are on the board for them here. VJ Payne is interesting. I like Bishop Fitzgerald a lot. I know he kind of hurt his draft stock with his pretty much poor athletic testing, but other than that, I mean, like, I don't really, me, I don't really care too much about that. To be honest with you, I value what's more on the screen than anything. I like Bishop Fitzgerald. I think Cole Wisniewski could be good here too. You know what? I just spoke about him, and I think he's held in high regard in the actual NFL realm. Give me Robert Spears Jennings here at number 104. I think it makes a lot of sense to the Arizona Cardinals here for what they got on their roster.
All right. 105 for the Giants. We took Caleb Downs and Denzel Boston. I think now you look for a boundary corner. Let's see here. Who do I have next up? For a boundary guy, I'll take Charles Demings. I'm a really big fan of Charles Demings. He's long, he's quick. I have a day 2 grade on him, so I think he would fit really well with what the Giants want to do. Texans at 106. Man, how am I going to pick 4 more players for this team? The Texans really have like maybe the best roster in football. They're like
definitely bottom, the deepest roster in football.
It's such a talented group. Tight end is interesting. I think maybe taking like a developmental tackle might be something I look to do here. I think I'm going to take Markel Bell. He's big. I like him in that day 2 range, 6'8", 358. Surprisingly a good mover, though. I think he's able to get out in space and make some plays in the run game. So I like him. Don't expect him to start, but just gives him more depth long-term at tackle. 107 for the Browns. Tyson, Lomu, Pons, Barham. Could go center here. I think center's probably something I should get on now. Trey Zoom, Brian Parker, I think both could play center. I am a big Matt Golban fan. I would consider taking him in this range. I think I'll take Brian Parker because I think he could play guard for you as well. Could even play tackle. I think there's some more versatility options here. So I'll take Brian Parker at 107. 108 for the Broncos. We took Kyle Lewis. I'll take a tight end here for them. I'll take Sam Roush. I know that you're not the highest on Sam Roush. I like a lot of what he can do as a blocker. I think
I see the vision.
I think if he can if his hands weren't bricks, he would probably be talking about him a little bit higher, but his hands are really poor. But I think if there's a coach in a situation that I think can get the most out of him, it's Sean Payton. So I think he could make sense there for the Broncos. At 109 for the Chiefs, they also could look for tight end. Probably going to look, man, defensive tackle. They did a really good job this offseason getting Khyiris Tonga. I still like Omar Norman-Lott. Like, I feel pretty good about that. Took Chris Johnson. You've got Noah Williams. Maybe a nickel for them. Yeah, I think a nickel's where I want to go. And I'm going to take my guy Chandler Rivers to them, who I think is a really smart nickel player. Undersized, yes, but a really good player. I think is going to be a good nickel at the next level. 110 for the Bengals. I love this draft for them. Probably going to look for a defensive tackle at this point. My next highest ranked defensive tackle on my board is, let me pull this up here. It is Gary Smith. Probably not going to go that route here. Rayshawn Benny, I think, is interesting. I like Landon Robinson too.
I feel like there's just a lot of like value down the board. A lot.
Yeah, they don't pick again until 189. Could go guard here. If you want to move Austin Barber to guard, I don't hate that.
Yeah.
If you want to take Cage Casey, I do like that actually. Could they go? I think I know what I'm gonna do, and it's not gonna be popular, but I think I'm gonna take Zachariah Branch.
Okay.
I don't love the receiver depth outside of T and Jamar. You've got Yoshivas, just a different element of a receiver that they don't really have. They don't have this really fast guy. So I'm going to take Zachariah Branch here. I think the value makes sense. And then at 111 for Denver, again, defensive tackles where they do need to go because they got Malcolm Roach. They did some draft Savion Jones pretty high last year.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Patrick Surtain not listed as the number one corner on the depth chart? That actually really frustrates me. They drafted Jahdae Barron. I know McMillian's got 1 year left. Safety, you've got Brandon Jones.
They signed him to an extension. So I think
yes, you could be. I thought they signed him to a tender, but you might be right. I think you're right. We took Kyle Lewis. We took Sam Roush. Offensive line's really good. Running back, I think they're fine with. After the Waddle trade, I don't think they need receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Denver's up there too with like one of the most well-rounded rosters in football. If I'm Denver at this point, like I think I'm probably going to reach on one of the defensive tackles. I'll take Rayshawn Benny, who I think is kind of slated to go in this round, like range anyways. They lost John Franklin Myers. I actually think Benny does a lot of similar things in terms of versatility, the way you can line him up inside, outside. So I'll take Rayshawn Benny here at 111 and just get another piece for that defensive line.
Nice. For the Dallas Cowboys here, I feel like I'm just going to continue the onslaught of defense in this here. I do feel like the defensive line depth could be definitely improved upon outside of their starting three, obviously. But let's take a look at what we got here. Let's take a look at the defensive line depth.
I think linebackers.
I'm just not in love with what's on the board right now for linebacker. I think that you can get someone a little bit later on, honestly. I'm not. I mean, we could look at it. Maybe I'm misthinking it, but yeah, I'm not really too thrilled with what I see. I like Jimmy Rolder, but that's later on in the draft. I like him.
I like Aiden Fisher here, but I know I'm higher on him than consensus.
Yeah, I'm not a big Aiden Fisher guy. Yeah, so we'll go back to the defensive line. We'll add some depth along the defensive line as well, because they're one injury away from being pretty thin on the defensive line. So you hate to see that. I'm not, you know what? I really like Tim Keenan here. I do think the versatility that he offers He could kind of play anywhere along the defensive line for them. So I'm a little bit undersized in terms of size, in terms of height rather, but I think Keenan makes up for it with his overall play. I'm going to take Tim Keenan here at number 112.
112.
Yeah.
113, we got my Colts, Josiah Trotter, Derek Moore. I like this draft for us. I think receivers where I'm going to go here. Malachi Fields is on the board. I talked about him with our last pick. Kind of the perfect Michael Pittman replacement. So
let's take a look for the Eagles. Let's take a look at the interior of the offensive line. I do feel like there are some rumblings that, just in terms of the interior of the offensive line depth, there definitely could be improvement. It sounds like Landon Dickerson is actually closer to retiring than not at this point. And you know what? I'll tell you what, Trey Zune, Billy Shrouth is still here too. This is kind of tough, actually. I don't mind Zune here. I don't think he's really what I'm looking for. I think Shrouth makes a little bit. No, I know which way I'm going to go. I'm going to take Bo Stevens here at number 114. I think this makes a lot of sense for the Eagles. I think he's a very Howie Roseman type of player, and that's someone that potentially, if something goes wrong on the offensive line, you can kind of sort of plug and play for them as well.
Yeah, I like that. 115 for the Ravens. I'm going to reach here, I think. And I'm going to take Matt Golban. He's my next ranked center on my board.
Nice.
They lost Tyler Linderbaum. You've got a gaping hole at center right now, and I think Matt Golban can be a good starter for you. So I'm going to take him at 115 and solidify this group.
Let's take a look at who I've selected for the let's see, CJ Allen, Keelan Rutledge, R. Mason Thomas. I like the way that this has come together so far. I do feel like wide receiver is kind of sort of okay. Let's take a look at the defensive line. I feel like I feel like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are always a team that is consistently looking to upgrade the defensive line. And
I would
like I like Nick Barrett here.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. And I think that's the way that I'm going to go.
Yeah. I like Nick Barrett. He's one of the more underrated players in the class, in my opinion. I think corner's a sneaky need for Tampa too. After you lose Jamel Dean, Benjamin Morrison wasn't very good as a rookie. But Nick Barrett, I like that pick for them. 117.
Yeah, I was gonna go a little bit later for them. I'm not really too worried about corner right now for them. I feel like they like what they have, so I'm not gonna, go too early with that.
117 for the Raiders. I think this is maybe you see things differently. I think there's a Raiders team that if they hit on this draft, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility they can compete this year. Like I like some of the pieces they have.
Completely revamped most of their team on the defensive side through free agency. Yeah, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
Still would like to add, they did pay Kwity Paye a lot of money. Don't ask me why. I thought linebacker, but they brought in Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker, so I like that. Probably going to look safety or corner for them. They're probably going to go secondary. I mean, the value of Malik Muhammad does make sense. You've got Darian Porter, Taron Johnson. You've got Eric Stokes back. You've got Decamerion Richardson. I mean, it might just be as simple as Malik Muhammad and calling it a day. And I think that's what I'm going to do here for them. I think he can start for you or just be good depth at least. So I'll take Malik Muhammad.
Nice. At 118 for Detroit, let's see what we've done so far for them. So we added Monroe Freeling, we added Avion Terrell. I'm gonna probably add an edge at this point here. Let's see who's on the board for edge. I'm not the biggest Romello Height fan, but I feel like here where you need kind of some instant juice, I feel like this would be a good addition for the Detroit Lions at this point in the draft. So give me Romello Height at 118. At 119, I feel like the Panthers have done a really good job so far. I like how we're complimenting the teams, but it's just us doing it. It's like, wow, what a job. Omar Cooper Jr., Caleb Banks, Eli Stowers. Let's take a look at safety. I think safety is kind of a pretty decent sized need for them as well. I'd like to see what we got. Oh, VJ Payne is really
VJ Payne. Yeah.
VJ. Yeah. Just give me VJ Payne. That's sick. Actually, right there. Green Bay. I feel like again, linebacker could definitely be in play. for Green Bay. I don't like they're a difficult
Oh yeah,
team.
they got Jair Franklin starting. They definitely need a linebacker.
Yeah, it's a difficult team. Let's take a look at the linebackers that are on the board. I like Bryce Betcher.
Yeah.
I think that might be the pick for me here. I think he's a very Green Bay Packers-esque linebacker, and I don't think that this is really like too early for him. I think that's a good pick for the Green Bay Packers.
I like that. 121 here. I'm going to take a quarterback. This is where QB3 is going to come off the board.
It's so crazy. 121 QB3. It's crazy.
If we're going off my board, I'm going to take Cole Payton. Payton's my QB3. I think he is a good athlete. He's got a better arm than some of these other guys. You know how I feel about Drew Aller. I'm not taking him. Garrett Nussmeier, same thing. Don't really want to take him. So Cole Payton, I think, has the highest upside of those guys.
Yeah.
So I'll take him at 121.
Let's take a look at the offensive line because I'm pretty sure we went corner and we went wide receiver with the first 2 picks. Yes, we did. Let's take a look at offensive line here. There's a lot. There's actually a few guys I like here in this spot. I like Austin Barber because if you want him to truly play tackle, he could sit and develop for about a year behind Jawan Taylor. I think I'm going to go Austin Barber here. One of the better pass blockers by numbers in the draft class itself. I think that's a solid move for the Atlanta Falcons there.
The Chargers are on the clock here. Tight end's interesting. Gabson was really good. They bring in Charlie Kolar. I see tight end mocked here a lot, and I don't like it's interesting, but I don't really think they need to do it.
Yeah.
We talked about safety earlier, but again, like I thought Mickens was pretty good for them. Like maybe you go add another depth piece, but I kind of like that. Might go on the boundary, like take a corner for them. You've got Dante Jackson.
They do have 3 corners that after this season are free agents. So,
okay, then I think corner is where I'm going to look. Is there anybody? Yeah, there are some good corners on the board. Julian Neal, I think, is where I'm going to go. I like his physicality. I know he didn't test super well, but he's physical, really good.
I like that.
Tackler, has some really good press technique as well. So I'll take Julian Neal. 124 for Jacksonville. Hill, McClellan, Smith, and Coleman. Could double dip at defensive tackle. I don't think that's a bad idea. I might go edge because you've got Hines Allen, you've got Walker, but outside of that, there is no depth on this group.
Definitely need edge depth for sure.
So I think I'll go with an edge rusher. Probably a guy that's more of that designated pass rusher type. I'll take Ndame Tucker. I like Ndame Tucker a lot in this class. Really just 1 year of production this past year at Western Michigan, but a guy that I think could give you some pass rush juice and can win in a few different ways. So I'm going to take Ndame Tucker at 124. Nice. 125 for New England. This is pretty good. It's pretty good. Safety is interesting because you've got Kevin Byard, but he's obviously not a long-term option. I think they could also look corner because you've got Carlton Davis who can't consistently stay on the field. Probably going to look corner or safety here. Safety. My next guy is Jalen Husky. Craig Woodson did a lot more free safety stuff this past year for them and was very good.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think Husky's better in the box. Anyways, who do we got at linebacker?
It's getting thin.
I like Aiden Fisher. I would be willing to reach on Jaden Duggar. Man, and then corner, there's some good talent as well. Like I like Devon Marshall. I think he can work inside, outside.
Corner.
Hezekiah Masses. I think that's where the value lies right now. I will take. Let's go back to my corner rankings. I have Hezekiah Masses as my next ranked corner. After that, it's Will Lee. What did he run again? 4.46. Actually, pretty good. Yeah, I'll take Hezekiah Masses here.
Nice.
I like a lot of what he can bring to the table. And then Buffalo, kind Keem Mesidor and Jalen Farmer. I like this draft for Buffalo. And then defensive tackle is where I want to go. I want to get a nose. Xavier Harris might go undrafted. If I was calling the shots, I would not take him. Capehart is interesting here. Tested really well.
Yeah.
Do I think he could play nose? Yeah, I kind of do. I think I'll take Demonte Capehart here at the intentions of him being a nose tackle.
Very nice. Very nice. I was going to suggest if you needed help, which I know that you don't. Let's see receiver room here for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what
the
we got
receivers
here.
have fallen today. Like Antonio Williams and Deion Burks, I think both probably go top 100. I also think there's a chance that Brennan Thompson goes.
Well, that ends there. Just give me Antonio Williams here at this point. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Detroit, let's take a look. I just kind of want to see which way I'm going to go here with this pick. A couple different ideas I have, but I just want to take a look at who I've taken already for them. Let's take a look.
My bad.
No, you're good. I kind of like what we've gotten so far on this side of the ball. I wouldn't be surprised if they take a tight end in this range either.
Same.
Let's take a look. Yeah, let's see what tight ends are on the board here. There's a specific one I have in mind because we don't truly know the severity of the Sam Laporta injury long term. I'll tell you what. I think Jack Endries is the way that I'm going to go here with Detroit. I like the ability. First off, I like the fact that he is a little bit more of that big slot tight end, but he can block as well. I like that you could put him out there with a Sam Laporta or even a Brock Wright, and you could kind of let him do his thing as a pass catcher as well. But he also can certainly play inline if necessary. Chicago, I think we've kind of crushed it with Chicago so far. I think I haven't added an edge rusher just yet, and I think I'm honestly kind of okay with that, but I'm going to add one here. I don't think it is a need. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it is like the biggest need of all time, though. I'm not really a big fan of Anthony Lucas here. Mason Rieger is quite interesting.
I like Rieger, but I believe he's had 4 surgeries on the same knee, and that terrifies me to draft him. But
yeah, absolutely.
Really good pass rusher.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe it's a little too early to kind of take the risk versus the reward here with that. So I'm going to hold off on Rieger. I think I saw a couple players. I mean, Tyreek Sapp is 1 season removed from being pretty dang good. So that's certainly interesting as well. You know what? I'll tell you what. What are we at? 125? 129?
129.
Give me Max Llewellyn at this spot.
Okay. I don't hate it.
I think Llewellyn is kind of more of the designated pass rusher that I think the Chicago Bears need. I know he's not going to offer you too much as a run defender, but they need juice as pass rush, and I think he's got plenty of size, plenty of juice off the edge.
Yeah, I'm with you. I will say I'm going to make these 2 picks, and then I've got some food, so I'm going to go grab that.
Hell yeah, dude.
At 130, I mean, again, I don't even want to keep looking at who we've picked for Miami because we've taken everybody. Yeah. A lot of talent. Probably going to double dip at receiver here because that's where I think some of the value is. And Deion Burks being here makes a lot of sense. We add Dejon Stribling, who I think could be the vertical threat. You've got Deion Burks, who I think could be in the slot. 2 really strong receivers, which I really like. I like what Deion Burks can do. And then at 131, Patriots back on the clock. We took Massey's. Tight end is interesting. Yeah. I don't hate tight end here. I think that's where I want to go. Could go back to safety and talk myself into Jalen Husky again, but I think I'm going to take Nate Borkacher out of Texas A&M. Yeah, that's my next tight end. I know people really like Eli Raritan. The injury stuff does worry me a little bit with him. Borkacher's a really good blocker, but at the Senior Bowl, like we saw some flashes of him being a really impressive receiving threat. So I'm going to take Nate Borkacher here. You have 2 picks back to back. I will be back momentarily. I'm going to go grab some food.
All right. You enjoy, and I'll see you in a few minutes. But So looking here at what we've taken, and honestly, truly, I don't really remember what I've even taken for the New Orleans Saints at this point. I do know we took Carnell Tate, and that's really all I remember. And I think I added I think I added a defensive tackle. I can't even remember at this point. But until Josiah gets back, I do want to say that I think that the New Orleans Saints, first off, I think that if they started Tyler Shuck at the beginning of the year last year, they probably would have been a playoff team. And then I'm going to say that again this year. I think I've really enjoyed what they've done through free agency. They didn't really do too much. This is the first year that they've actually had a little bit of money to spend in quite some time. And they made some really nice picks, especially the David Edwards pickup. Signing Travis Etienne is really, really interesting as well. That kind of sort of signals the end of obviously Alvin Kamara for the most part. Either that or he's going to hang on to be like more of a reserved role. But I like what they've done. I think they made necessary additions. Like I said, David Edwards was just like the big piece de resistance for them. And they definitely need to add to the front seven. So probably with this pick here, if I haven't added a linebacker, I'll probably look to add one. Like I said, I know that they gave Caden Ellis quite a bit of money over the last 3 years. So that's certainly interesting. But let me see who I've drafted for them already. Like I said, I completely forgot who I've drafted for them. Yeah, so we did draft we did draft an edge too. Okay, even better. This is actually perfect in my opinion so far. So we've kind of taken care of a couple of big needs. I am going to look at the linebacker position here for them. I also do think tight end is something that they could look for relatively soon. So the idea of adding Harold Perkins Jr. here is quite interesting, not only because he went to LSU, but I do think that as a coverage player, he's still obviously learning how to play the off-ball position. But I feel like he actually showed some really, really promising reps last year as a coverage player. And I think at this point in the draft, I'm kind of willing to take the risk and kind of willing to try and to develop him. Give me Harold Perkins Jr. here at 132. And then also offers a lot as an off-ball linebacker pass rusher, of course, to San Francisco. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Gennings Dunker, Antonio Williams will probably look to add to the edge at this point. Again, we're really rolling thin with edge rushers at this point here. So, it'll be interesting to see what's available. Tyreek Sapp. Anthony Lucas is so interesting, but I can't really get there with him, to be quite honest with you. I just feel like it was so inconsistent. Caden Curry is interesting. You know who I think could be good in this spot? I think Mikhail Kamara could be good in this spot, actually. That's who I'm going to wind up taking. A little bit undersized, but a really, really productive pass rusher. Even when he's not sacking the quarterback, he's someone that just, completely disrupts the play. I think that's a really nice rotational edge rusher for San Francisco.
Yeah, I like those picks. 134 here for the Raiders. Who have we taken? Mendoza, Miller, Surratt, Onyedim, Muhammad. Could go with another edge here. I think that I'm intrigued by Quintavious Hutchins. Maybe I take him a little later. Linebacker as well. Have we taken a linebacker for them? No. And I don't like the line. Well, no, never mind. I do like the linebacker room. I forgot that they signed everybody. Safety. Man, safety's interesting to me. I know I like Jalen Husky. That's probably where I'm going to go, but I'm just Michael Taff I like too, but I'm going to take Jalen Husky. Let's get him off the board. He's a really good player. I think he's versatile, a great run defender, good athlete, just a player that I don't think is being discussed nearly as much as he should be, and I think would be a much-needed addition for Vegas's secondary. Pittsburgh, we've had a really, really nice draft for Pittsburgh. Running back, they've got Jalen Warren, they've got Caleb Johnson, Rico Dowdle. Don't think running back is a need for them. Let's see here. Linebacker, Patrick Queen was really bad last year. Could go linebacker. Could go guard, because you got Spencer Anderson starting. What is the guard? Oh, I know where I'm going to go. I'm going to take Cage Casey here.
I'm surprised you haven't taken one yet. That's pretty surprising to me.
I think the value's there with Cage Casey. Makes a lot of sense. I'm going to go with that.
I like that. Let me take a look at the tight end room here for the sorry, not the tight end room. Let me take a look at the tight ends that are available for New Orleans. I think that's the way that I'm going to wind up going here. Yeah, I like Michael Trigg as like a vertical option here in this offense. And that's the way that I'm going to wind up going here. I know that they added Noah Fant as well on a short-term deal, but that's not going to deter me away from taking, a player like Trigg. They also like to roll deep with their tight ends. So, that's also something to take into consideration. Philadelphia here at 100 and whatever, because I can't see because I'm blind. We've taken Caden Proctor, Oscar Delp, Danny Dennis Sutton, Zane Durant, Bo Stevens so far. I think this is around the range that you're going to look for probably a corner or a safety at this point. So let me take a look at the safeties that are on the board for them. Let's see. So we got Taft, Bishop, Fitzgerald, Cole Wisniewski. I'll tell you what, I like Deshaun Singleton here. I do think that he's a player that can kind of fit what Vic Fangio is looking for in his defense. He could start right away at strong safety. Really good size as well, about 6'2", 6'3", 210, 215 pounds, around that range. I think he's a player that could kind of be put all over the secondary. I like that fit. Back-to-back picks for San Francisco. Let's take a look at what we've done. So we added Mikhail Kamara. I'd probably look to add another offensive lineman at this point. Let me take a look at the tackles here, because Dunker's probably going to start right away on the interior. Demetrius Cronover is interesting as well. I like Keegan Trost, and I like Isaiah World. I think I'm going to wind up going with Isaiah World here just because he has that left tackle, right tackle versatility, and he is someone that you don't necessarily have to play right away, and he can develop. And then let's take a look at defensive line for the San Francisco 49ers, another position that definitely needs an upgrade here. There's some good players here. Jordan Vandenberg is certainly interesting. A little bit of an older prospect, though, but statistically is like one of the most athletic defensive tackles you've ever seen. Dante Corleone doesn't really fit what San Francisco is looking for. I think Albert Regis could bring a little bit of pass rush juice to the San Francisco 49ers defensive line. So that's what I'm going to do. New York Jets here at this point. Let's take a look at what I've added so far to the New York Jets. It's funny. You would think that at least if there was one team I'd remember, it would be that, but obviously not. Adding Takario Davis, who could probably play either corner or safety for us. I like that quite a bit. Let's look at the linebackers that are available, because like I said earlier in this video, that is definitely going to be something that we're going to be looking to add to. All right, so couple interesting selections here. I think Lander Barton is a certainly interesting player here to the Jets at this point. I think I'm actually going to hold off on linebacker because I just don't think that the value is really there. Let's take a look at defensive line. I'm probably going to look to add another defensive lineman at this point, or an ed. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place here. Let me see the edge rushers that are available. I do think there's going to be some value here. You did add, you added through Joseph Osai, you added Kingsley Enagbare. Now we have Arvell Reese. Not bad, not bad. I mentioned I like Rieger before. Trey Moore is certainly interesting at this spot. You know what? I'm going to bank on the upside of Tyreek Sapp. He was pretty bad this past year, but other than that, the year before, he was quite good for the Florida Gators. I'm going to take Tyreek Sapp there at that point. I wouldn't hate that pick at all.
Yeah, Sapp was a player that I never really fully got on board with, but I mean, it's 150, bet on size and run defense. I don't hate that at all. 141 for the Texans, took a tackle, took a center. I mean, we could just go offensive line again and take another guard, which might be the route that we go. Actually, it is where I'm going to go. Billy Schroth is still on the board, and that's where I'm going to go here. Tennessee at 142 have drafted David Bailey, Chase Basantis, Mike Washington, Keyshawn Elliott. Probably going to take a developmental tackle with this pick. I'm going to take Carver Willis here at 142.
Oh, okay.
I'm a big Carver Willis fan. I think he can stick at tackle. I also think he's got the ability to play guard, which we've talked about with Tennessee. They don't have very much on the offensive line to be excited about. So you add Carver Willis, you add Chase Basantis. I think Willis is an interesting developmental guy. So I'll take him at 142.
For the Arizona Cardinals, can we take a look at wide receiver, please? There's someone. Yep, I don't even need to see it. I see the player who I'm going to take right here. I'm going to take Brendan Thompson. I think he offers a perfect contrast to what Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. offer to the offense. He's got just incredible amount of juice, and really adding that to a Trey McBride already. You got quite the dynamic offense as long as you can get them the football.
Hang on, I didn't realize I have a pick.
What are you eating? What are you eating, by the way?
Chick-fil-A.
Nice, sick.
Yeah,
nice.
All right, 144 for the Titans. Maybe I look receiver here. I think is where I will consider it. My next ranked receiver on my board would have been Brendan Thompson. So a great pick by you. Michael is going crazy in the chat that you took his guy, Brendan Thompson.
Well, I'm glad.
Kendrick Law would be interesting here. I like Kendrick Law.
I like Kendrick Law a lot too.
Jacoby Lane is also interesting. I kind of want to do something kind of crazy, but
do it. Now's the time.
I'm going to take Tyron Montgomery. I like Tyron Montgomery a lot. Yeah, I get it. He's a D2 receiver, but we talked about, I don't think the Titans need D3, correct. I don't think the Titans need receiver like that, but if you're going to take one, take a shot on a guy that is still relatively new to football and has really high upside. So I'm going to go Montgomery at 144.
I like
145 for the Giants. It's got to be offensive line. Has to be offensive line. Ideally a guard. But there's a few. Tackle. I'm actually going to go with a tackle that I think is going to be a guard at the next level, and that's going to be J.C. Davis. Looked pretty good this year, but I think he's probably more a guard at the next level. And for the Giants, I think he gives you something on the offensive line that could be solid. They need something. So 146 for the Browns. I want to take a more blocking tight end for them at some point. You've got Harold Fannin. I don't think Njoku's still on the roster. I think he's a free agent still. And then safety, because you've got Ronnie Hickman and Grant Delpit, but I believe Delpit's got 1 year left.
Yes.
So you could go safety. I like Michael Taff a good bit. Doesn't do anything sexy, but he's just a smart football player. I think with this pick, because I pick again for them at 149. So I'm trying to think ahead. I think I'm going to take the tight end here. A guy that I think can block a little bit. I'm going to take Will Kacmarek here at 146. Now, it's early for Kacmarek, but we've seen in the past Tip Ryman being another one. Blocking tight ends are going to get taken higher than you think.
Yeah.
And Will Kacmarek is probably the best blocking tight end in the class. So you add him. You can play 12 personnel with Harold Fannin, who's more of a receiver anyways. I really like that.
I do too. Absolutely. Washington here at this point, I'm probably going to look at offensive line. I think that they've done a good job of keeping their guys in-house. Sam Cosmi, they re-signed Chris Paul as well. I'm going to look at center, though, at this point here, because Nick Allegretti is a player that definitely can be improved upon at this point. I'm not really seeing too much in terms of centers that I love. I do see Pat Coogan there. Scroll down a little bit more for me, though. Just looking. When did we take Jager Burton? I don't remember. I don't remember when we took him. He's right there. Okay, that's who. Oh, but Trey Zune is here. I didn't realize that. We were like halfway. I guess we didn't have the top half there. Give me Trey Zune actually, because I think Zune can offer you starting. I think he looked a little bit more polished at center than he did at tackle anyway, even though he was pretty dang good at both. I like Trey Zune there in that role.
Yeah, I like that. Kansas City here. Probably go
secondary upgrade. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think now we got to go offensive line for them. I don't think they desperately need to take a tackle, but some interesting developmental options here. Crownover. My next tackle is Drew Shelton. Did not have a very good season, but decent athlete. I mean, you're taking a guy to develop him. I
don't do it.
I know I shouldn't, but they need a right tackle. I'll take Travis Burke. Travis Burke. I don't like Travis Burke very much as a prospect, but he's going to go high because he is 6'9", 325 pounds.
He's the Giovanni Menu of this year.
Yeah, he's going to get taken high. And I kind of like Kansas City as a landing spot, so I'll take him. And then the Browns worked out perfectly. We took the blocking tight end. Now we're going to take Michael Taft, who I think can do some of the safety stuff that I want. So that went perfectly for the Browns. The Browns might be having the best draft of any team, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's up there for sure. Another team that I think are killing the draft here, the New Orleans Saints. Let's take a look at what we've got so far. I really like the last 2 picks we made there. Maybe a tad early for our Harold Perkins pick here, but I like Michael Trigg a lot. I think he's a player that you could develop as that kind of like big slot tight end. Let's take a look at corners here. I would like to add some depth at cornerback as well. Will Lee, give me Devon Marshall. I think Devon Marshall's a really solid player. I think that he kind of fits the build of what New Orleans is looking for at a boundary corner, and he's someone that doesn't have to start right away. So that was pretty solid. That was pretty easy there.
Yeah, Miami 151. Probably going to go offensive line again. I know we took Fano early, but let's take another guy that I think could play either tackle or guard for you. Keegan Trost is a good fit here.
Yeah.
Or is there like an actual true guard that I like? Let me look here. My next guard is, it is Keegan Trost. So, yeah, I'm going to take Keegan Trost. I think he's more a guard than a tackle anyways, but a really good player. I got a 4th to 5th round. I think this is around the spot I would consider him. So
nice. Dallas here. Do I continue the defensive onslaught? Let's see. I haven't taken a single offensive player, I don't think, for them. I do think I did say that a developmental offensive tackle or just an offensive player in general along the offensive line could be good. So let's take a look at there was a player that I had in mind at this spot. Let's take a look at the tackles that are on the board here. Demetrius Cronover is still there. Not really too much of a developmental guy. Tristan Lee is someone that I could bank on the athletic upside. He's pretty terrible other than his athletic upside, but that might be someone that we look at a little bit later on. Let's take a look at the interior of the offensive line instead. Okay, I like this a little bit better. I do want someone that potentially could kick out to play tackle if necessary. I don't really see a ton of that here. I do like DJ Campbell here in this spot, though, just as a backup, as someone that, it's kind of like if need be, can be plug and play. Give me DJ Campbell here at his size and his just a really solid overall player that I don't really think got enough love throughout the draft process. So I like that as some solid depth. Green Bay, Dalen Everett, Joshua Josephs, Bryce Betcher. We've gone on that side. Let's take a look at tackle. I think tackle is something that we definitely could look, just really anything for the most part, interior offensive line or tackle. Yeah, I'm not in love with these guys that are here. I think Burton could be interesting. Armaj Reed Adams could certainly be interesting as well at this spot. Jesus. Diego Pounds is interesting. I think that's the way that I'm going to go here. I think Diego Pounds is a player. That's another player that I feel like has gotten a lot more love recently. I like the overall upside and development ability of Diego Pounds here for Green Bay.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Baltimore at 154. Golden, Proctor, Hurst, Maui Noah. Nice. I'm probably going to go best player available here. It's Will Lee for me. Just get another player on that secondary. So you add Will Lee to this group where you have TJ Tampa. I think Will Lee's very similar to TJ Tampa as a prospect, but they drafted Bilal Kone and Robert Longerbeam, who I think are both more like nickel type of guys. And now you add a guy like Will Lee, who he's long, he's fast, and probably a guy that's going to be on the boundary. So I'll take him at 154. I think that's a good spot for him.
I like it. I like it a lot. I'm up. Tampa Bay here. Let's take a look at what we've done up until this point. CJ Allen, Keelan Rutledge, R. Mason Thomas, Nick Barrett. I was going to go corner until I saw Jacoby Lane on the board. And I feel like it's an interesting fit. I might, let me just take a look at the corners before I do anything. I feel like that could be interesting. Ooh, Jaden Kennedy is really interesting. I do love Jaden Kennedy quite a bit. Thaddeus Dixon is a player.
I like Kennedy. I like Kennedy a lot too. He scares me a little bit here because they did draft Jacob Parrish, who was very good in the nickel last year.
And they drafted him in the 3rd round. I like Thaddeus Dixon actually here in this spot. I'm going to take Thaddeus Dixon. I think a really nice size, good boundary ability. I think that's like a solid depth piece for them at that point.
Yeah, I like that. Colts on the clock here. Took Trotter, Moore, Fields. Could go with that offensive tackle. I think they got to get a safety here. And while I don't love the safety group as a whole, I think Cole Wisniewski is an interesting prospect. So I'm going to take him at 156. A guy who was really good for Texas Tech. He's 6'3", he's 214, so he checks a lot of the size thresholds that the Colts, I guess, have. High RAS guy. But a guy that is really smart. He's got good range, and I think could be a good fit. So I'll take him at 156.
157 here. We're actually 100 picks away from the end of the draft, if you could believe that. I feel like we've done pretty good on time. I was thinking this was going to be about 4.5 hours or so. So we're kind of right on pace here. Detroit at this spot here at 157. Let's take a look at what we've done up until this point. I kind of like what we've done up until this point. We got Monroe Freeling, Avion Terrell, Romello Height, Jack Endries as well. I'd like to add a linebacker here probably at this point. So let's take a look at the linebackers that are on the board here. Tareen York is still here. Aiden Fisher, Jimmy Rolder seems like a player that could be pretty sneaky here in day 3. I like Jimmy Rolder a lot here in this spot. Give me Jimmy Rolder here. I think he's a player that didn't come with a lot of fanfare in this draft cycle, but a very, very solid player. Back-to-back picks for Carolina. Let's take a look at what we've done up until this point. I'll probably look to add an edge rusher here just because we haven't really touched on that. And then I'll probably wind up adding maybe a corner as well. So let's take a look. We'll look at edge and then we'll look at corner. Caden Curry here. I know I spoke about how I don't really like him too much. Ethan Burke is quite interesting. Vincent Anthony comes with some decent size as well. Scroll down just a little bit. There might be some guys here that I feel like there's some guys here that I'm missing that I was looking at. I kind of like, Keshawn James Newby is actually quite interesting at this spot. I think if you're looking for pure pass rush juice, I think that he comes with the production. He comes with the explosive first step. Give me Keshawn James Newby here in this spot. And then I'm going to look at corner with this next pick for Carolina. And I do feel like another boundary could definitely be in the cards here. I like Andre Fuller. Man, there's something about those Toledo DBs lately that I just feel like there's something in the water there that they just produced some pretty decent talent, especially for a MAC school recently. TJ Hall to me is interesting. Not the greatest athlete, but is a very smart corner as well. I kind of like his physicality on the outside. Give me TJ Hall in this spot. I think the physicality will play well. And then Green Bay, we just went with Diego Pounds. Let's take a look at, we did take a linebacker as well, a corner, edge. Let's look at defensive line. I feel like we need to add another defensive lineman here for the Green Bay Packers. Some decent options here. Some really decent options here. I think at this point, I know going into this season, we really, really were excited about Dante Corleone, and he didn't really live up to the expectations. But I kind of like him here at this point. Where are we at? 160? I think that's some great value for someone that could potentially, turn it around. So I'll take Corleone in that spot.
Yeah, I was looking at Corleone there. I'm glad that you pulled the trigger. Pittsburgh at 161. Probably going to take a linebacker here because of Patrick Queen's shortcomings, I guess. So Man, Patrick Queen has caught multiple strays for me today.
Yeah,
So,
man, you just
I'm
hate
sorry.
him. Oh my goodness.
Um, oh, do I take the guy that I'm much higher on the consensus, who
Do
I
it.
don't even
It's
think is listed?
161. Do it.
Well, there's two guys I'm considering here. Um,
Do tell.
I don't even know. Kendall Daniels is one of them.
Okay.
I think he's really good in coverage. He's got some safety background. I really like what he can do. Didn't run amazing, but he's 6'5", he's 242. He's got great length. He's a guy that I'm really, really intrigued by. The other one is Jaden Duggar. I'm going to take Kendall Daniels here. I like Daniels a little bit more. I don't think anybody's talking about him in this draft, and I don't fully understand why. Because if you're not going to get Sonny Styles, I think Kendall Daniels is like a decent consolation prize because he can do a lot of the same things at like a discounted rate, if you will. So I'll take him. I'll take him here at 161. For the Ravens, probably want to get a tight end here. Kind of that Isaiah Likely replacement. They want to use more of that. You've got Mark Andrews. I like Justin Joly here, who I think is kind of cut from the same cloth as Isaiah Likely. So I'll take him at 162.
Let's for the Vikings here, let's take a look at who I've taken at this point. Jamal McCoy, Lee Hunter, Kamar. Yeah, been really solid. Let's look at the running back room here. And there's a lot of guys that are available. There's a ton of value here. I know I don't love the running back class, but at this point in the draft, I kind of feel like Emmett Johnson is the way to go here in this spot. Kind of disappointed me with his 40, but other than that, I still feel like you're getting some crazy value at this point. Yeah, so I'm taking Emmett Johnson there. You made the decision for me as soon as I mentioned it. You were like, it doesn't matter.
As soon as I saw the Vikings, I'm like, he's taking Emmett Johnson here. Like he has to take Emmett Johnson here. 164 for Jacksonville. A tackle. I maybe like you've got Anton Harrison, you've got Cole Van Lannon, you've got Walker Little. Could go. Well, they did a good job filling out the interior last offseason. Wyatt Milum, Jonah Monheim, Patrick McCarry, who was pretty good for them this year. Could go tight end if they want to get another. Like, I think that who are some of the tight end? Eli Raridan. I'll take Eli Raridan here for them. You've got Brenton Strange, who was hurt last year a little bit. And outside of that, they don't really have a lot of depth at the tight end position. So I'll take Eli Raridan as a depth tight end option for them. At 165 for Buffalo, I will take a receiver here. You've got DJ Moore. You've got Keon Coleman, who I still kind of think can be a good player. Like, I just don't know that he was utilized right. I kind of want a deep threat for them. Josh Palmer is who they have, and he just did not work out for them.
A lot of value on the board for receiver.
There is
a lot of value.
I don't like Jacoby Lane a ton in this spot, but might have to. If I'm looking for a deep threat, like Jordan Hudson is intriguing to me here. Xavier Thomas is intriguing to me here. And then like Keelan Marion, but he's way down the board. Man. Jeff Caldwell also, like, do you just bet on that?
I was going to say, I mean, at 6'5", 216, a 4.31, like, it's so tough to pass that up.
I'm going to take Caldwell. If you're looking for a deep threat, he just feels like someone that's gonna get drafted pretty high. Jacksonville, it's interesting. What do you got?
I was gonna say you have a nice little stretch here. I got to do my pit stop number 2, and I got to grab another drink. So I will be back.
You were good. So 166 here for Jacksonville. I think receiver and corner are listed as needs here. I like the secondary. You've got not Tyson Campbell. They traded him, but Monteric Brown's okay. You've got Jerrion Jones. You've got Who was the? Oh, maybe they do need a corner more than I realized. We got Travis Hunter there. I'm going to take another boundary guy for them. To me, Ephesians Prysock is a little intriguing, but we talked about him a little earlier. I kind of want to get Andre Fuller off the board. 6'1", 200-pound corner. He's big. He's physical. Has some decent length to him as well. I like Andre Fuller a lot. I don't think enough people are talking about him as a potential sleeper down the board in the safety group. So I'm going to take Fuller at 166. At 167 for Houston. We've taken 3 straight offensive linemen. We've done a really good job filling out depth. I'm going to go take a third pass rusher for this team, a guy that can do some of the designated pass rusher work if Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter is to ever go down. I think if you're looking for that designated pass rusher in this class, Mason Reiger is a little intriguing. Quintavious Hutchins is a little intriguing. Reiger, I think, has a higher ceiling, and that's ultimately where I'm going to go. The knee injury stuff is concerning. This is a guy that has dealt with a lot of injuries throughout his career, but if he can stay on the field, I think he could be a really good option there in Houston. So 167, I like Mason Reiger. 168 for Buffalo. We just took Jeff Caldwell, Demonte Capehart, Jalen Farmer. Linebacker is interesting because you've got Terrell Bernard, you've got Dorian Williams. I think you got to go linebacker with one of these picks. I'm going to take Aiden Fisher, who I think is very similar to Bryce Betcher, who we got off the board a little bit earlier in this draft. Aiden Fisher, not the highest ceiling linebacker in the world, but I think he's a guy that's really smart. He is a guy that's going to make the right play. He's got some decent athleticism to him as well. So I'll take Aiden Fisher to Buffalo here at 168. 169 for Kansas City.
I really like Mason Reiger too, Houston. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
They can take the risk.
Definitely. 169 to Kansas City. Probably going to take another tight end off the board here. I like the idea of who's my next tight end. Do you just take the next Cincinnati tight end because it worked so well the first time?
He is good.
I do like Joe Royer. I have him in this range, but that's not who I'm going to go with, I don't think. Cuevas is interesting to me.
Those Feastable eggs are really good.
Huh.
All right. They are.
6'3", 245, 4'6", It's between like Tanner Koziel's interesting, but they have Jared Wiley, who I think they haven't utilized, but does a lot of the same things Tanner Koziel does.
Jared Wiley's
a guy that can. I kind of want to get a guy that can do a little bit more. I'm gonna take Josh Cuevas here to them. I think he can give you inline potential, can block a little bit. Good receiver though. So I'm gonna take Josh Cuevas. And then 170 for the Broncos. Kyle Lewis, Sam Roush, Rayshon Benny, probably going to take another safety off the board here because you've got Brandon Jones, you've got Talanoa Hufanga, who has not been the most durable throughout his career. I like Bishop Fitzgerald here. Can play a little bit over the secondary. I think he's a smart, instinctive player. Not the best athlete in the world by any stretch of the imagination, but a good player. And then at 171 for the Patriots, man, this would be a home run for New England. Probably go linebacker here as well. I don't think – who would I go with here?
I'm going to have to run like 10 miles after this because I had – in the amount of time that we've been here, I had 2 double espressos from my Nespresso machine, and now I'm drinking a Bloom energy drink. My heart is pounding right now.
Oh. Who do they have in their depth chart right now? You've got Robert Spillane, Christian Ellis, and that's it. Man.
While you decide that, I just want to say whoever is still watching, I mean, we have 81 viewers right now that are going between my channel, JWax, and my X account as well. The people that have been filtering in and out of this, I feel like the support for this live has been pretty awesome consistently throughout the entire thing. So
yeah.
I really appreciate it. This is actually really awesome. I thought there was going to be a lot of views post the live, but I mean, this has been awesome so far. You guys have been amazing. Thank you. Really can't thank you guys enough.
I second everything that Peter just said. Still going back and forth between these linebacker options.
All right, well, let me say one thing then while you're doing that. I just want to say that if you guys, we were talking about off camera beforehand, maybe about potentially going live if we can before the NFL draft on Thursday. So if that appeals to you guys in the live, please let us know, or in the comments if you guys are watching. I mean, if you're watching 3 hours and 18 minutes into it on your own time after we're off the live, you are a psycho, and I can't thank you enough. But so let us know if you guys want to see us go live, just to answer some last minute questions, talk about some last minute rumors, all that kind of good stuff that comes with the draft or right before it. We'll gear up to it. And I'm sure Josiah, if he can, he'll certainly be there too.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Jaden Duggar here. I went back and forth between Jaden Duggar, Red Murdoch, and Jackson Kuwatch, but I ended up on Duggar. I love the athleticism. A little bit stiff. Has to do better at like change of direction stuff, but overall a really, really fun player that I think is going to be a high floor or a high ceiling type of guy. So I like his value.
Every time I turn around, the Saints have a pick. I feel like I've been picking for the Saints for like 3 hours already. Let's take a look at what I've done there. I'll be honest. I feel like out of all the teams that I've looked at, this might be my favorite draft for a team so far. That I've done on my side at least. I feel like this makes them, if they weren't NFC South favorites before, I think they probably should be at this point. I feel like I really like what the Saints can do. Or I'm really intrigued about what they can do this upcoming season. Whatever number this is, I'm going to look at. Let's look at the interior of the offensive line. At some point, I'm sure that they're going to look to try and develop someone past Cesar Ruiz. Jeremiah Wright is 6'5", 350 pounds, but he is also 25 years old. Inez Cooper is a certainly interesting player here as well. He didn't have a meeting with the Saints. I'm talking about Jeremiah Wright, but that might be the way that I go, actually. I think
Jeremiah Wright?
Yeah, I think at this point, I think that's certainly a good player to try and develop at this point for the Saints. I
like that pick. Back-to-back picks here for the Ravens. This feels like a very Ravens draft. Probably going to go edge with one of these picks and then get another linebacker next to Roquan. So edge, they lost Draymond Jones. I don't think they need more of an outside. I'm considering taking Anthony Lucas off the board here. I think I will. Okay. I'll just get Anthony Lucas off the board. I think he sets a good edge in the run game, could be that 3-4 base defensive end for you. We'll need to add on a little bit of weight, but I think that makes sense for them. And then at 174, linebacker, where I want to go. I'll take Red Murdoch here. I do really like Red Murdoch. He's 6'2", he's 232. Not the best athlete in the world, but great downhill run defender, takes on blocks well, and is really good in a straight line. So I'll take Murdoch at 174. And then, I got more picks. Jeez. The Raiders, Husky Muhammad Onyedem, Surratt Miller Mendoza. Could go into interior, but we talked about this earlier. I kind of like the idea of Caleb Rogers or Charles Grant or Delmar Glaze at guard. So I don't really know if I want to take a guard here. Nose tackle is because I do like we took on Yedem, who I think is that base defensive end for you in a 3-4. Still need a nose because Broderick Martin is right now the nose tackle. You also could take another edge opposite of Max Crosby, but I don't really love the value right now. And I think you get a good nose tackle. So I'm going to take – who's my next nose off the board? We'll get him off the board here. I'll take Gary Smith III.
Yes, I was waiting for it.
He's 6'1", 319. Such a good run defender. I think convert speed to power well. Like he's just going to be a solid defensive lineman in the league. And I think that's something that Vegas has been lacking for quite some time. And the Chiefs at 176 just took Cuevas.
What a class. This might be my favorite one.
Yeah. This one's quite good. Could look for another linebacker because you lost Leo Chanel to the Commanders, but you drafted Jeffrey Bassa last year, so you kind of had that replacement. So I don't hate that. Let's see here. I think I want to go offense, like guard, maybe. Guard potentially is where I'll go. A Chiefs type of guard is Jagger Burton. I'm just not there with Jagger Burton I just don't really see it. Man, Kobe Baines is pretty interesting to me. I think I'm going to go Kobe Baines, actually. I like the athleticism that he brings. He is a pretty good player, and I think would fit Kansas City. So just take a developmental guard there at 176.
Dallas here. Dallas has 2 picks inside the next 4. So let's take a look at what we've done so far. I feel like I haven't done really any talking recently. That was a really long stretch for you there. Thieneman, Falk, Igbinosun, Keenan. I really like what we've done here. I'm probably going to wind up adding a linebacker at this point. So let's take a look at the linebackers that are on the board. Tareen York is really good. Owen Heineke is certainly interesting. You know who I really like, at least for a coverage linebacker? I really like Justin Jefferson. Is Wade Woodez on the board? I'm going to take him. I'm going to take Wade Woodez. I feel like he's a player that really just kind of like fell off a cliff in terms of his overall draft type, and he really is a solid overall player. He possesses the size, he possesses the athleticism. I think he's just going to be one of those guys that's probably going to wind up being a little bit more of a depth piece, but he's going to be a solid depth piece at that. The Eagles here, I feel like this has been a really nice draft for them. Probably going to look at corner here for them at this point. I know that we have Cooper DeJean, you have Quinyon Mitchell. They brought in Tariq Woolen. A couple of nice guys here I like quite a bit. I wouldn't mind. Ooh, you know who I like here? I like Colin Wright at this point for the Philadelphia Eagles. 6'1", about 195 pounds. Really smart, heady football player. Obviously, you have to be smart if you go to Stanford. There's no doubt about it. And I think he's someone that can be developed into quite a nice boundary corner, backup boundary corner. My Jets at number 179 here. And I can't help but think that we've done a really good job just kind of adding talent to a team that was basically talentless at this point. So let's take a look. I think there is a couple players that the Jets will be looking at in this spot here. Let's go back to edge. I know I've really hammered home edge here, but Sion Sloan is a player that I think they really like. And I think that this is the player that they're going to wind up going with. I know they had a pre-draft visit with him and Tyree West. I think West is going to be more of a down lineman for them. And so we're going to take Sloan there at 180 for the Dallas Cowboys. I wouldn't hate double downing on linebacker potentially or defensive line. Let's take a look at the defensive linemen that are on the board. I could also bring in a wide receiver. I feel like that wouldn't be too far of the realm of possibility. I don't hate the players that are on the board here. Rene Conga is certainly a player that I think is going to garner some interest around this point. I'm going to bank on the athleticism. I'm going to take, Brendan Cleveland. Not quite yet. I'm going to take Rene Conga here at 180. 181, you have the Detroit Lions here. Let's take a look at what we've done for them up until this point. Jimmy Rolder was our last pick. Yeah, I think adding to the defensive line is what I'm going to do. So we're going to go back to the well. We're going to go back to the defensive line. Man, I really like some of the players that are on the board here. Cameron Ball is certainly interesting. I just can't get behind LT Overton, to be quite honest with you. Cole Brevard is certainly interesting. Not really what I feel like they're looking for in terms of a defensive lineman. I'm going to take Brendan Cleveland here at this spot. I do think that he actually has not only the run stopping ability, but also has some pass rush upside. Had 5 sacks this past year for the Wolfpack. So yeah, I don't hate that option there as well. And he's actually one of my top. I think he might be just outside my top 10 defensive tackles in this draft class, actually. So I feel like there's some good value there.
Yeah, I like that. 182 Buffalo. Corner is interesting. Dorian Strong, Chris. It's got to be a corner. I think it has to be. Oh man! Right now the nickel is to Corey Couch. We're taking Jaden Kennedy.
Nice,
it's Jaden Kennedy. What a steal! He's going to go a lot higher than this, I think, in the real draft. But
probably
excellent value there at 182.
We have the Cardinals here at this point, and we're coming off of drafting a receiver in Brendan Thompson.
Draft somebody else with a red college. It's all red.
I didn't even realize that until just now. That is hysterical. So let's just take a look at the big board and see who's from a red college. All right, not bad.
Overton done.
Not bad. I would like to add some interior offensive line depth. So let's take a look at the interior offensive linemen on the board for them. I know they brought in Isaac Seumalo on a 3-year deal. That's pretty solid. God, I know people would probably hate me if I took Jaden Roberts just for the fact that it's a red college. I like Fabechi Nwewu here, actually. I'm going to wind up taking him. I think that's a really solid guard option here at this point in the draft. One of the lowest pressure rates in the country, actually, from the guard position. So I like that there.
Yeah. 184 for the Titans. I'm intrigued on the idea of double dipping at receiver just because Jacoby Lane's still here. But tight end is where I'm going to go. And you have Gunnar Helm and Daniel Bellinger.
Mm-hmm.
Or do I take, I might go with the nose. Well, no, because Salah does play more in the 4-3. So they don't really need a nose tackle.
Mm-hmm. I think that's why they traded Sweat.
Yeah. Maybe I just take another corner for them. They've got Joshua Williams, Alante Taylor, who they brought in, Marcus Harris in the slot. I think I'll take another corner for them. I like my next corner on my board is Brent. I think it's Brent Austin. Well, it's let's see here. Brent Austin or Ephesians Prysock. I think I'll take Ephesians Prysock here.
Ephesians Prysock has the best name in the NFL draft this year.
Well, I actually think the other player that I considered taking here was Alzillian Hamilton, but I just think he's
a great name.
I think he's going to go a lot later than that. So 184, I like Ephesians Prysock, size, length, speed, good developmental corner. 185 for the Raiders. Taking a lot of my guys in this class for them. Husky, Smith. Let's see here. Obviously Mendoza. Where could they go? Probably look edge now. We've kind of pushed that one off. We've been waiting. Let's just go get another edge. I'll take Quintavious Hutchins, a guy who could be a nice designated pass rusher for you opposite of Max Crosby. And the Giants, who we've got Downs, Boston, Demings, Davis. Could go running back here. But I talked about it earlier. I don't really see running back as that big of a need. Receiver, I like the Darnell Mooney signing, so I actually think they're fine. And they brought in Calvin Austin as well. Linebacker has to be the pick. Justin Jefferson's pretty high on my board. I like Justin Jefferson a good bit.
Yeah.
He's small, but he's really good. A lot of guys down here that aren't even in this draft. Glasker, Raymond Wilson. Yeah, I'll take Justin Jefferson. He's my highest ranked linebacker available. So I'll take him at 186.
Nice. I like that. That's good. They need a coverage base linebacker there. Let's take a look at what I've done for the Commanders so far. I think we've gone all offense actually for the Commanders. Not that they've had a ton of picks, but yeah, I actually really like the way that has shaken out for the Commanders. I'm going to go with I mean, they just added so much in the offseason on the defensive side, but I'm going to add a corner here in this spot. I think corner's a definite need for them. So let's take a look at who's on the board. Again, a lot of value here. I really like some of the players that are on the board. I like Josh Moten quite a bit, but so just scroll down just a little bit here. I want to see who else is on the board. I know they added Emmerich Robertson. Latrell McCutcheon Sr. is interesting as well. That might be that's going to be the pick that I make here. I mean, Latrell McCutcheon Sr. is going to be the pick that I make at this point. I think that's some nice depth on the boundary for them. They brought in Emmerich Robertson to play the nickel, so I don't hate Trey Amos and Mike Sanders still on the boundary.
Yeah. I feel like this has to be a running back for the Seahawks.
Oh, shit, I'm up again.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize. Contrary to belief, I'm just not in love with the running back class, especially at this point in the draft. You're looking at some guys that are in their mid-20s already. I don't even know if I want to consider, I might be a priority free agent type of guy when it comes to this stuff. But we'll take a look. Well, I mean, Kaytron Allen is still on the board, so that's the way that we're going to wind up going here. Yeah, I always forget that he's still on the board at this point. So Kaytron Allen is going to be the last pick for the Seahawks there in this mock draft.
Bengals at 189, probably defensive tackle here. We haven't addressed defensive tackle yet. They've got BJ Hill. They've got Jonathan Allen, who that's a really good signing for them, to be completely honest. Could go linebacker, but I feel like a lot of people are just saying that the Bengals need a linebacker because it was bad last year, not realizing they were starting 2 rookies last year at a position that it's very hard to
it's still bad
contributors at. It's bad, but I don't think it's – I think I could do that later. So I think we are probably defensive tackle here. Man. Do we go with more of the run stuffer and a Cole Brevard, who I like a lot? Do I just take Uar Bernard and just have some fun?
They do like those developmental prospects. So, I mean, I don't think it gets more developmental than Uar Bernard.
If I'm going to take a developmental guy, I think I would rather take Landon Robinson, though.
True.
Yeah, I'm going to take Landon Robinson for them.
Nice. Like that.
Big fan of Landon Robinson.
The New Orleans Saints again.
Hey, it's your last pick.
I'm having a great time with the Saints because I feel like this is a great draft class for them. I'll probably go back to the well here. I'll probably look at the edge class that probably ended out with that just because I feel like they do need some help there for sure. Let's see. Scroll down just a little bit for me. Jack Pyburn is certainly interesting. I like Aiden Hubbard, actually. I think Aiden Hubbard is kind of the guy that would be the choice for me here. Much more of a run defender, in my opinion, but I feel like that's just a solid developmental player, rotational guy at the end of the draft.
Yeah. Patriots back on the clock again. We haven't taken a safety yet for them, and we talked about them needing a safety at some point, so we're going to do that here. There's a name that I like, but I'm just trying to figure this out. I do like Jalen Stroman, but I'm going to go with Lewis Moore here. Nice. Lewis Moore is not a very good athlete, but he's one of the smartest football players in this class. So
he's also 37 years old too. So
there is that. Wrong player. But just a really good player. 4.4 RAS score. So not a good athlete, but definitely a guy that I think should get drafted. 192 for the Giants. Our last 2 picks here for the Giants.
Nice draft.
Might take a running back here for them because
you said that the last 3 picks.
I have, but I hate the running back class, but at this point in the draft, like you might as well consider it. And then maybe we take another corner for them, a guy that could play nickel.
Depth, yeah.
And I don't love Drew Phillips, so maybe we take a nickel here. Running back is where I'll start here. My next ranked running back is Damon Claiborne. So
could be a nice little scat back for them. Yeah,
we'll take Damon Claiborne, and then at 193, we will take. I already forgot what position I said I was going to go with. Another corner. I like Brent Austin. This
is the trials and tribulations of being 200 picks into a mock draft.
Yep. Brent Austin, good speed, good fluidity, pretty disciplined. I mean, he's small. He's 5'10", 176, and struggled to stay glued at times, but it's pick 193. Like,
yeah,
I'll take Brent Austin to round that out for the Giants. And then the Titans, they've got 2 picks left. Where do I want to go with this team? Tight end is where I think I'll go because they lost. What's his name? They lost Chico Conquel, so potentially getting another tight end for this group. And I do like Gunnar Helm, but maybe getting more of a blocker might make some sense. I'm going to take Marlon Klein, actually. I think he's a good blocker now, but has some flashes of being a decent receiver. So I'll take him at 194.
Let's see what the Bucs have done so far. I think I got something in mind here. CJ Allen, we do have one more pick a little bit later. I feel like we've done some pretty good work, especially on the defensive side. I think I'm going to add a developmental quarterback. And I know that might sound crazy. It's not just because, I think Baker's the long-term guy, obviously, but I kind of like what Sawyer Robertson can bring to the table for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think I'm going to take him here at this point. I just like bringing in a guy that, because injuries happen. So you never know. You want someone that could sling it. And we both know that Sawyer Robertson can absolutely sling the football. Minnesota here. Let's take a look at what we have done at this point. Another team that might look to bring in a developmental quarterback as well. I'll tell you what, I don't like the tackle depth behind Brian O'Neill and Christian Darrisaw, and they're 2 guys that just always seem to get injured, even though that they're so good. Give me Demetrius Cron over here at this pick. I think just adding a really nice, backup guy that could play on both on the left and right side is pretty pivotal. Philadelphia here. This might be our last pick for Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see what we've done up until this point. Colin Wright, we've done good here. We haven't. Oh, we did. I was going to say we haven't added a tight end, but we absolutely did. I wouldn't hate adding a center at this point. I just want depth on the offensive line. I know that's what Howard Fisher's game is. I don't really think they need one right now, especially with AJ Brown still on the team. I don't really think receiver is like a big thing for me here. They just got Dontavion Wicks as well too. Like I think they're pretty good at receiver, and not for nothing, Jalen Hurts only throws to 2 receivers anyway. So they don't really involve the wide receiver 3. Yeah, well, they don't really utilize the wide receiver 3. Yeah, I'll take Jager Burton here at this point. If you're not going to take him and he's still here at 197, I think just as a developmental interior offensive line guy, I feel like I got to go out and get him.
Yeah. 198 for New England. Man, maybe a nose tackle, probably a nose tackle. Nice. I will take it's pretty easy for me. I'll take Cole Brevard. I like Brevard a lot.
That's I don't think a lot right there.
I don't think enough people are talking about him. He's a really good player, I think. So I'll take him at 198. 199 for Cincinnati. Took Landon Robinson with our last pick. Probably going to take potentially a guard here, some guard depth for them. I'm intrigued by I'm just scrolling down to see who else. I like W. Lemieux. Don't think I'd take him here, but I do like him as a prospect. Logan Taylor's interesting. Armaj Reed Adams is interesting. I'm going to take Jaden Roberts because I think if Jaden Roberts was healthy, we wouldn't be talking about him so low. He just has not been able to stay on the field throughout his career, but he's a good guard, and I think the value is there for him. So I'm going to take him at 199.
Carolina, let's see what we've done so far. I think I went with I don't remember what I went with actually last, but let's take a look and see what that draft class looks like.
Sorry.
Up until this point, no, it's okay. I thought you were frozen for a second. It's our last pick. We took TJ Hall with our last pick, with our pick before this. I'm gonna look to add a linebacker at this point. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add a linebacker. I feel like we've done a really good. This is actually one of my favorite drafts for a team. It kind of started off rocky because I really didn't want to take Omar Cooper Jr., but I feel like we kind of recovered nicely.
Can I interject here? Before we take a linebacker, they did lose Cade Mays in free agency, and there is a pretty big hole at center. I think Pat Coogan's still on the board, is he not?
I did forget about that. I forgot that they lost Cade Mays. Yeah, let's take Pat Coogan. I actually completely forgot that they lost Cade Mays. That's funny. Yeah, Pat Coogan's still on the board. Hell yeah. He also offers some guard versatility as well. Played guard at Notre Dame. I like that a lot. Green Bay. I already know the Green Bay Packers aren't going to like this draft class for them, and I truly don't care because I feel like they also just never like any draft class that they have, so it doesn't really matter that much to me. You know, thinking maybe a wide receiver here. I think Jacoby Lane is still on the board at this point, and I'm going to wind up taking him here. I just think that that's just solid long-term depth for them as well. They like to have a ton of bodies at receiver, so just add another one.
Yeah, I like that. Here at pick 202, I'm going to take a quarterback for New England because they have Tommy DeVito as their backup and no one else on the roster. I mean, I don't like any of these quarterbacks, and it's the 6th or 7th round at this point. My next quarterback's Garrett Nussmeier, so welcome to New England. 203 for Jacksonville. Might go defensive tackle again. I know I've talked about that a couple of times throughout the video and potentially get some offensive line depth later. But yeah, I think I want to take another defensive tackle to them. Maybe one with more pass rush appeal. I'll take Skylar Gill Howard here. I like him a lot.
Like that. That's good.
He's being slept on because he's undersized and he got injured, but I think we'd be talking about him a lot higher if he was healthy. And then 204 for the Chargers, probably go with safety here.
It's a nice draft class.
Safety or tight end. You've got Gadsden, you've got Charlie Kolar. Like Dallin Bentley's where I'm thinking I would go.
Solid.
Bentley, or do we take we're going to take Dallin Bentley. I don't like the safety board. So Dallin Bentley will be the last pick for the Chargers mock.
All right, let's take a look at Detroit. Let's take a look at that board. A couple different ways I was thinking about going here with this one. And we're probably going to look to add a little bit of interior offensive line depth at this point. I think this is around the point where you need to start really considering that. It's just been the offensive line went from a strength to being, not dire, but Micah Morris is here at this point. He's also someone that I think truly probably deserves to start at some point, but if he's still here and we're looking for depth along the we don't really need depth along the offensive line. They have Miles Frazier too. I'm gonna go with offensive line depth. I'm gonna go with Micah Morris here at this pick for Detroit. I just think, he's one of my top 10 guards in the class, and if he's still here, I just think it makes plenty of sense.
Yeah, I like that. Cleveland here at 206. We took the blocking tight end. Could look for another boundary corner. could go defensive tackle, maybe. Linebacker is interesting because they lost Devin Bush and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Didn't he retire? Like, I think he might.
He's gonna be like he's like on the fence about retiring.
Yeah. So I think Torian York is too good value to pass on at this point. Like, he's small, I get it, but he's a really, really impressive player.
Yeah.
So at 206, I'll take Torian York.
Let's take a look at the Rams, what they've done up until this point here. I feel like we've taken some really good players at positions of need as well for the Rams up until this point. Wow, we've only had 3 picks. I forgot that they have a ton of like day 3 picks. Really towards the end of the draft here. We took Jalen Kilgore and Jake Golday. Let's take a look at wide receiver. I'm probably going to wind up adding, maybe a slot or something like that at this point. I like Cyrus Allen. Kevin Coleman is still here too. I'm going to go with Kevin Coleman. I think he's actually one of the more underrated slot receivers in this draft class. And I do think that he could cause some real problems at the line of scrimmage as well. Also doesn't drop the football. I think he had like an under 2% drop rate.
Yeah, I like that. Pick 208 for Vegas. Maybe another receiver. We got Trey Tucker, Jack Bash, Elijah Surratt. I think adding another receiver is where I'd like to go. Trey Tucker is a good slot, but can do some work on the outside. I think I'm gonna take Kendrick Law here.
Nice.
I like Kendrick Law a lot, and I think he can slot in, be a playmaker, a gadget type of player for this team. So I'm gonna take him at that spot.
Nice. Washington, we just went with a corner, I believe, before this. Let's take a look at the edge for them. I'd like to get some depth. Yeah, I'd like to get maybe a depth piece along the edge here for them. Caden Curry is certainly interesting. Patrick Payton. I like I'll tell you who I like. I like Michael Heldman at this spot for Washington. Really solid player, great season for the Chippewas this past year, and 6'4", 266, offers nice multiple front versatility.
I like that. Kansas City, 210.
Really good draft. Really good.
I think I might take a quarterback here.
Okay.
I know they traded for Justin Fields, but it's well documented how I feel about Justin Fields. If Drew Aller's on the board, like just take the swing on Drew Aller, sit behind Patrick Mahomes. Maybe you have a decent backup, but
yeah,
he's going to get drafted. We got to get him off the board at some point. So, we might as well do it here at 210. 211 for the Ravens. Maybe we go with another guard here, or offensive lineman, but they're okay. They're okay there, I think. Tight end we took Ted Hurst at receiver for them, which I like a lot. This team does need another running back, I think.
I would say so.
Yeah. Let's who's next on my list? Well, let's just take Nick Singleton. I think this is where you're going to see a lot of the Penn State players that were overhyped over the year start to come off the board. But Nick Singleton, I still actually really like Nick Singleton. He's coming off an injury and was just kind of bad this year, but there's still some positives in there. And I think Baltimore, with the way they run the football, he would be a really nice player for them. And then New England had 212. I don't think they go running back. I don't think they go with another receiver because they drafted Skylar Bell. You've got Booty. You've got Dobbs. You've got Kyle Williams. Guard. You brought in Elijah Vera Tucker, so I feel okay there. We took a nose tackle in Cole Brevard. We took an edge rusher in Kieran Crawford. We took Jaden Duggar. Probably a boundary corner here for them is where I'm going to look to go.
Nice.
And who do I got? Let's. Damani Jackson's interesting to me. Josh Moten's interesting to me. He's just so small. Actually, where I want to go, and I don't even know if he's on the simulator, is Blake Cotton on the simulator? Yeah. I think I'm going to take Blake Cotton here at 212.
That's a nice pick.
One of the more underrated corners in this draft. He's 6'2". He's 195. I think he could be a really interesting, like, day 3 dart throw here. So I'll take Blake Cotton.
Let's see what the Lions have here. I think this is one of their last. They might have like one more pick after this one, if I'm not mistaken. So we just added some guard depth with Micah Morris. Yeah, they got one more. Let's take a look at we added Jimmy Rolder as well. Let's see what we could do. Let's add another receiver to this mix here. I feel like we could potentially add another receiver to this. Reggie Virgil, Josh Cameron is certainly interesting as well. Caleb Douglas. I might be looking for a little bit of size here. And I think Douglas is probably the player that I'm looking at the most. Cameron offers some pretty good size as well. 6'1", 200 pounds. Yeah, I'll probably go with Josh Cameron here at this point. Yeah,
that's where I was looking.
Definitely not 220, but he's over 200 pounds.
214 for the Colts. Trotter, Moore, Fields, Wisniewski. We got 3 picks left. Probably going to go with a defensive tackle here. They don't have his numbers. I do think Uar Bernard's going to get drafted just because he had the most ridiculous testing numbers I've ever seen. I just don't see it with Jordan Vandenberg. Like, I get the athleticism, but I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier Harris, no thanks. Terry Webb's not bad. I don't think I would take him, though. The next guy is like James Thompson, Cameron Ball. Yeah, I'll take Jordan Vandenberg, I guess. I don't love it, but really, really impressive athlete. A guy that, he's moved up my board. He's got good size at 6'3", 301. Good run defender. Moves really well. Shot gaps really well. So I'll take him. That's something Chris Ballard would do.
Let me see Atlanta. I know we've only made a handful of picks for them here, but I feel like we've done some real damage here. I'm going to look at the defensive line. I'm probably going to wind up taking LT Overton here. I think that's actually a good value at this point, and they definitely are a team that always looks to improve the defensive line. So, and he's kind of in between where he could probably play, in the front 3, or he could even, rush off the edge. So I kind of like that value there at that point.
I do also. Pittsburgh at 216. I mean, we're going to have to start double dipping. I think we've touched a lot of the needs that they have.
Yeah.
And done a really good job, I think. Maybe they brought in – I was considering maybe going with another receiver for them because you bring in Concepcion. You've got Metcalf, Pittman, but they extended Pittman. I don't know that they're going to do that. Let's take I might take another safety for them, to be honest. And I'm going to go with I wanted to go with Devon Boykin, but I think he's a nickel, and we drafted Keontae Scott. Let's go with Jacoby Thomas here.
Nice.
I like everything about Jacoby Thomas except his tackling. I think, and he's just not that type of athlete that like a Genesis Smith is, but he's got good size at 6'1", 211. He's got good ball skills. He's explosive. You can utilize him as a blitz threat. He's just so inconsistent at getting off of blocks and playing downhill. So at 216, though, I think it makes a lot of sense.
For Arizona, let's take a look at edge. I'd like to add another player to that room here. Just the value never really appealed to me anywhere else, to be quite honest with you. Earlier in the draft here, a couple of really nice players that you could potentially, you could kind of build around here. I feel like at this point, just to add some juice, I feel like Caden Curry would make a little bit of sense here. At this point, again, I'm not in love with him, but I feel like banking off of the season that he had last year, I feel like this would be a really good spot for him. So we'll take Caden Curry at
And that rounds
217.
out. Not that this matters to literally anybody, but that rounds out every player from a red college. So,
it's funny. I forgot about that. That's funny. Dallas here. I believe this is their last pick. We have the Cowboys. Yeah, I feel like this has really been a pretty good draft for them, especially on the defensive side. We've only added we added one offensive player so far. Let's take a punt on a wide receiver at this point here, because it does seem like I don't know if they're going to commit all that money to George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. So it does feel like it's inevitable that one of those guys is moved. And I do like Caleb Douglas in this spot here. I'm going to take the boundary guy with a lot of speed. I think Douglas makes a lot of sense. They did lose quite a bit in free agency in their depth, but they do have Ryan Flournoy too, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. The Raiders here at 219 might go with an RB2. Because right now it's Chris Collier. You've got Max Crosby, Tyree Wilson. We drafted Quintavious Hutchins. They signed Kwity Paye. They've still got Malcolm Kuhn. So I actually kind of like the edge rush rotation now. You've got Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean. You've brought in Malik Muhammad, Jalen Husky. Maybe they go with another outside corner, but I am going to go RB2, I think. Just get somebody that can get you something on the ground. My next ranked running back, I don't even know if he's going to be in the simulator. It's Curtis Allen out of Virginia Union.
Hey, there he is. I see him.
D2 running back. Or I'm going to go – I actually am going to go with Robert Henry Jr. Gives them a little bit more speed that they don't really – I know he tested poorly, but that is not a 4.6 running back. He's got real juice, real explosiveness. So at 219, I like that for the Raiders. At 220 for Buffalo, Mazador, Farmer, K-Park, Caldwell, Fisher, Kennedy. Great draft from Buffalo.
Yeah.
Could go safety. I think that's ultimately where I'm going to go. You got Jordan Hancock, Cole Bishop, CJ Gardner-Johnson, and then DeMar Hamlin down there. So safety. I'm going to take Jalen Stroman. I like Jalen Stroman more than I like Lorenzo Styles. Stroman 6'1" or 6 foot 198. Good run defender, pretty nice athlete. Can play in man, just hasn't been the healthiest and been able to stay on the field super consistently. And then at 221 for Cincinnati, another team that I think could go running back here. They've got Chase Brown, but outside of that, I don't really love the running back group. So I think I'm going to take another running back here. And this is where I'll take Curtis Allen off the board from Virginia Union. He's big. He's powerful. Really small school guy, but there's some juice there. I worry that he gets tackled from behind way too often, but a good player nonetheless, and I'll take him to Cincinnati.
222 here for Detroit. I believe this is their last pick here. I think I'm going to look to add a safety here. And I think I saw Dalton Johnson was on the board, and I think that's a player that I'm going to wind up going with. I like what he could bring to this safety room here. For Washington, I believe this is also their last pick in this one. And I feel like we've done a really good job for Washington. I might look to add potentially another tight end here, maybe more of a blocking tight end. I know that I think they still have John Bates, but either way, I think you can obviously improve on that. I think I don't really love what's on the board here. Is Tanner Arkin somewhere here? Yeah. Give me Tanner Arkin to Washington here at this pick.
All right.
Yeah, I like
224 for Pittsburgh. 3 more picks left for them.
God, so many picks.
I know. I mean, I'm stumped on where to even go.
You just take value at this point, just whatever's there.
Might take another 3 tech because, like, as good as Cam Hayward is, like, he's not going to play forever. Maybe he will. But that's kind of where I'm thinking I would go. Is there like an edge rusher in this group that would make sense? I'll take George Gums. I like George Gums. Good run defender. Good size. He's got to get better as a pass rusher, but at 224, I think he could be an interesting player. 225 for the Titans, their last pick. Very nice draft from them. Probably going to go with, I don't think safety's that big a need. Like Amani Hooker's maybe another depth piece at safety. You've got Kevin Winston, who was good. Amani Hooker is a solid player. Another depth safety, I think, could make some sense for them. Who do they have in the nickel right now? Marcus Harris. Yeah, I'll take Devon Boykin out of Indiana. I really, really like Boykin. I think he's one of the more underappreciated players in this class. So I'll take him here. 226 for Cincinnati, their final pick of the draft. Probably this is where the linebacker will come off the board. So a couple of interesting players in Jack Kelly and Leander Barton are here, but I kind of want to take a player. He's probably there. I'll take Jackson Kuwach out of Miami of Ohio.
Nice.
Pretty good athlete, 6'3", 230, fluid.
They have the regular Miami logo next to him.
Yeah. He's fluid. He's athletic. I think there's something there. Has to get better in coverage, but it's 226. Take a flyer on one of these athletic linebackers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Miami at 227. Jeez, man. This is about as good of a draft class I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Still just take best player available, I guess. Have we gone linebacker for them? No.
So. That might be the one of the areas on their roster that actually isn't bad. Tyrell Dodson, Jordan Brooks. Like, yeah, you could definitely use some depth, but like that might be one of the only areas on their entire roster that's kind of okay.
Might take another pass rusher, to be honest with you. If there's anybody that I like. Let's see here. I've got Wesley Williams, Vincent Anthony, both guys that I'm slightly intrigued by. Yeah, we'll take Vincent Anthony here at 227. He's got great size. I mean, he's got to get better. Like, there's a lot of question marks that I have around him, but he's got some intriguing traits and ran pretty well. There's something there with Vincent Anthony, so I'll take him at 227.
228 here. I think I'm going to continue to hammer the defensive front here. I think Tyree West is the player that I'm going to wind up going with here at this spot for the Jets. I know that they like him. They've had a couple of pre-draft meetings with him, and that's going to be more of your tweener. He's about 290 pounds. He's not really going to be off the edge like a Cian Sloan or an Arvell Reese. I'm just going to keep hammering the defensive line. I'm going to go, with what we've seen, what we know the Jets like. So let's see this is the last pick here. I kind of like the way that this is shaken out for the Tampa Bay Bucs. I'm probably going to wind up adding a receiver here because I just don't think that, a couple of those receivers are going to be seeing the field as much. Let's take a look at the wide receivers here at this point. I think there's still some really good value that we could find here. And there is give me a big boundary deep threat. Give me J. Michael Sturdivant here at this point. I don't really love him, but I like the size and speed, and I think teams are really going to covet that at this point in the draft.
Yeah. Here for the Steelers, I'm going to take another receiver, I think, off the board. I'm going to take Cyrus Allen, probably a slot. I think he's going to get taken a lot higher than this because of what he can do as a route runner. I know they drafted KC Concepcion, but the receiver room has been their biggest weakness for a long time. So add another really good corner, or really good receiver, I should say, to that group.
I absolutely love the way that this mock draft has shaken out for the Atlanta Falcons, considering they only have 5 picks. I'm going to look to try and add a center here. So let's take a look at the interior of the offensive line. Man. I mean, I got to take Parker Brailsford here. No, I mean, yeah, I just
we both saw it pretty quickly.
That's just unbelievable value. And I think the Falcons absolutely killed it for 5 rounds here. So let's take a look at the Rams. Really interesting draft for them so far. We're probably going to look to add some sort of the rest of the picks are probably going to wind up being offensive line depth for the most part, and then maybe a corner. So let's take a look at the tackles that are on the board. I know, Drew Shelton, Emil Wagner as well, Nolan Rucci. There's some really good players on the board here. Give me Drew Shelton here as a backup tackle at this point. I think that's some really good value, and outside of Warren McClendon, you're really looking at some scarcity at the depth.
Yeah, I'm there. At 233 for Jacksonville. I also think tackle depth makes a lot of sense for them. Drew Shelton just went off the board, who I would have considered. I'm going to go with Fa'alili Fa'amoe out of Wake Forest. I'm sure I butchered the name, but I really like him. I liked him a lot at Oregon State a couple of years ago. And just a good athlete, a guy that I think can be a solid depth tackle for you, especially in the 7th round.
Minnesota, we got back-to-back picks. Let's take a look at what we've done up until this point. Another team that I think I've drafted pretty well for at this point. Probably going to take a linebacker at this point here. I know that they brought back Eric Wilson, and I do believe that they brought back I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Cashman?
No, well, that, yes, but Ivan Pace. I think they brought Ivan Pace back as well. So let's take a look at the linebackers here. We'll look to add some depth. Not bad. I mean, Deontay Lawson being here at this point kind of seems crazy. I like Lander Barton as well. Owen Heineke is a really good player. You know what? I like Jack Kelly. Give me Kelly because I feel like he can rush the passer, and we know that what's his name? Brian Flores really loves off-ball linebackers that could rush the passer. So we'll take that. And
I think receivers in play for them with this
I was just gonna say before you said that, let's take a look at receiver. There's a guy that's on the board that I think would be very good here, and that's going to be is Cyrus Allen off the board? I thought
we took Cyrus Allen at 230.
I'll take Eric Rivers at this point. I think a slot receiver could definitely be in play, and I think that he's one of the better ones later on in the draft. So Green Bay here, I know that they do have some compensation picks towards the end of the draft here. Let's take a look at what we could potentially add. I know people are not going to really like it, but I actually like what we've done here. We've added players that are going to make a difference that aren't necessarily sexy. I'm probably going to wind up adding some interior offensive line depth here. At this point, we got Diego Pounds to be our, tackle depth. Let's take a look at the interior of the offensive line here. I like the size and the ability of Inez Cooper here. So we're going to take Inez Cooper at this spot, about 350 pounds there.
Yeah, I like that. 237 for Pittsburgh. Finally, the last pick for the Steelers. Probably defensive tackle. I think defensive tackle, like a 3-tech. We talked about that a little bit ago. We took George Gums, who is fine. Like, I think he could he's pretty small, but it's probably going to be like a smaller, like a defensive tackle that I think can create some pressure. I'll take Awar Bernard here. Why not? I know that's not really a Steelers pick, but a guy who,
Why not?
I'm going to pretend like I have any idea what he does well. I don't know if he's ever played football before. He's just probably the greatest athlete I've ever seen in my life. So might as well take a chance. 238 for the Dolphins.
Finally, their last pick.
Probably going to take a dart throw quarterback again. I'll take Taylor Green for them at 238. Nice. I don't like Taylor Green as a quarterback. I think he should convert to receiver. But at 238, take the chance on one-of-one type of athlete.
All right, Chicago, let's take a look at what we've done. Again, another team that I think that's done pretty well in this draft here. We added Mac. Wow, it's been quite a while. It's been like 2 hours since we drafted this for the Chicago Bears. Yeah, I'm going to look here at tackle depth because we know Ozzie Trapilo, a torn patella tendon is really tough to come back from. And I know that they brought back Braxton Jones. I really like the PJ. I wish PJ Williams was in this draft class, but he unfortunately is not. I'm a huge PJ Williams guy. I like Emil Wagner. I'll take him here. I think it's just good depth along the offensive line. That's really what we're looking for here at this point.
Jacksonville, I think I'm probably going to take another offensive lineman here. We took a depth tackle. Let's just take a depth interior player for them here. For me, I think Armaj Reed Adams makes a lot of sense. He's big. He's powerful. A guy that I don't know that he's ever going to be a starter, but I think could be a really good depth player for you.
Yeah. Very nice. Chicago, yet again, we're going to continue to add to the defensive side. Let's look at linebacker for them. I know that they lost Tremaine Edmonds, and they also, Deontay Lawson's here. We might as well just take him.
Yeah.
At that point. And then my New York Jets here. I'm going to take Baron Morton with this pick because I know that the Jets really like him. And
I don't really like Carson Beck as well.
No, they've had dinner. They've had dinner with Baron Morton like 3 times already. So I think it's pretty inevitable if he's there at 242, they're going to wind up taking him.
All right.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just going off of what I've seen so far. So
yeah. Houston, I'm going to take a quarterback here. You've got Davis Mills, who's like one of the better backups in football. Yeah. I don't think they need a quarterback.
Another great draft by this team, but like just fantastic. Really.
Collins, Higgins, Dell, the receiver room's good. Maybe I take another tight end for them. That's probably where I'm going to go. Get more of like a receiving type. I like Joe Royer at this point in the draft. Why not? Like good receiver, doesn't bring a lot as a blocker, but a good player. And we're getting relatively close to the end here.
Yeah. I'm kind of getting sad. I'll be honest with you. Let's take a look at what the Vikings have done so far, because obviously I'm just forgetting everything at this point. Our last pick here, I do think that tight end could certainly be in play here. I did see Tanner Koziel still on the board. So that's the player that I'm going to wind up going with. I think that's just really good value for them at this point. At the very least, you're getting someone that's a red zone target and someone that actually does offer a decent amount as a blocker too. Not the greatest blocker, but he could definitely block.
Here for Jacksonville, think I'm gonna go back to linebacker. You've got Foye Oluokun, you bring in Anthony Hill, you've got Ventrell Miller, who has not shown much. I'm gonna take another linebacker for this team, and that player, I'm going to take Eric Gentry. I don't know what he is at the next level, but he's definitely something. So I'm going to bet on him here. Denver at 246. They've still got 3 picks left. Kyle Lewis, Sam Roush, Rayshon Benny, Bishop Fitzgerald. Maybe like an edge. I don't know.
I'd look for some O-line depth at this point.
Yeah, that's probably like guard depth is where I'm thinking, because they don't have a lot outside of their starters. So guard, I like Fernando Carmona here. I think he could give you some potential tackle flexibility as well. So I'll take him at 246, 247 for the Patriots. Johanna Bell, Crawford, Masses, Borkjer. Let's see. What position have we not targeted for them yet? Interior offensive line.
Yeah, I would just try and get one just because, I mean, you can't really rely on Elijah Vera Tucker to stay healthy.
Offensive line, yeah. Interior guys. I'm a little intrigued by Delby Lemieux. I like Connor Tolson. And I like Alex. I'll take Alex Harkey, another guy that I think gives you some potential kick out to tackle flexibility. Was really good for Oregon this year. Was the better of the two tackles, for being honest. So I like him at 247, 248 for the Browns. Maybe I take. I mean, are they going to take another quarterback? Probably not here.
Why not? There's some good developmental guys on the board. You might as well.
Yeah, there are.
I like Klubnik.
Is there like another safety that I want to take potentially? Because we only got Taff, and then I like. Let's bet on the speed of Lorenzo Styles here at 248, nice. And then Colts at 249. Very Colts draft right now.
I was gonna say, what a Colts draft that is.
This is the most Colts draft I've ever seen. I want another running back because the DJ Giddens is the 2, and he did not look very good for this team. The guy that I'm going to take for them is I'm going to take Adam Randall. I like what he can do as a receiver. I think he's a pretty interesting player. 250 for Baltimore. We took Nick Singleton to them. I would have been like, let's take another running back here. Man, how am I don't even know how I'm going to come up with 2 players for this team. Potentially a nose tackle, like depth for Travis Jones, I guess. I think that's where I'll go. I will take Devin Eastern here at 250.
Nice. Back-to-back picks here for me for the Rams. I'm going to go to the interior offensive line. We just got Drew Shelton. We're going to look for some more depth on the offensive line. I think Caden Barrett is still there. Yeah, that's who I'm going to wind up taking. Really like him there. And then this pick here, I feel like I should add a corner. We added Jalen Kilgore, but that's probably going to be more of a safety pick. Let's take a look at corner because I feel like it's still pretty, especially after losing Kobe Durant. I feel like it's a little thin. Give me Toriano Pride Jr. here. I like the speed. I think there's going to be a team that winds up taking him just to play the nickel or maybe even be a return guy at the next level.
Yeah. Baltimore here at 253. We took Eastern.
We're so close.
Might take another receiver for them. I'm gonna take who's my next ranked receiver? It is Keelan Marion. I do like Marion, but very similar skill set to Hurst, I think. I'm going to take Xavier Thomas for them, actually. I like the speed. I like the ability after the catch. I think he could be a really interesting piece. 254 for the Colts, their final pick. Probably going to take some sort of offensive lineman. Tackle. I don't love it, but that's probably where they're going to go. As long as I'm just not taking Tristan Lee, I'll tell you that. Guard. I feel like it has to be a tackle, though. Like, if they're going to take an offensive lineman, it's going to be a tackle. PJ Williams is not in this class anymore. I'm going to take Riley Mahlman out of Wisconsin.
Nice. Oh no, this is my last pick of the mock draft. Let's see what we did so far. I'll be honest with you. I think this is a very effective draft class. I might have shocked a lot of people with the Dalen Everett pick, but other than that, I feel like this is a very balanced, really necessary draft here. I'll probably look to add. We haven't added a linebacker. Oh, we did. We had Bryce Betcher. Sorry. We haven't added a safety. Let's take a look at the safeties that are on the board. I'm sure we could find some really good value here with our last pick. At this point, I think Xavier Wangpa is here. He is. And Yeah, that's going to be the way that I go here. I think Wankba's a good enough player and kind of fits the build of what a Green Bay Packer safety it kind of looks like. So you got back-to-back Denver picks here, and then we're done after basically 4.5 hours.
It's funny how this works because you can definitely tell we hate the quarterback class because half the quarterbacks are still available.
Are still there.
Running backs, like a lot of really good running backs, really good, still available. Tight end, there's still some decent players. Maybe like 2 guys that I would consider here. And I might take one of them here for Denver because we took Sam Roush. I don't think Daquan Wright's the one I'm going to go with. I want one that gives a little bit more like receiving potential. I'm going to take John Michael Gillenborg for them at 256. And then at 257, Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the draft. I kind of want to just pick like a really obscure player for this.
Yeah, do it. Take the last rated player in the entire board.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to take this seriously. I'm trying to come up with a real sleeper here. And I have a player in mind that I think could be interesting, but I don't know if I want to keep it realistic. Receiver, I don't think is going to happen. I'm going to take a corner, and I'm going to take Jalen McMurray out of Tennessee. Probably a nickel, but a guy that I do think has some potential tackle flexibility. So I guess.
Wow.
Yeah. Community analytics. What do we got?
We did it.
7 rounds, 4.5 hours. Pretty good time, to be completely honest.
I'd say so. I think we spent about an hour on the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the way this came out. I think there's some teams that made out pretty nicely. I'm looking at the Kansas City Chiefs, who absolutely crushed it.
What was, for your side, what was your favorite? You would say the Chiefs was your favorite?
I think the Chiefs probably had the best draft. Ruben Bain, Chris Johnson, Jeremy Bernard, Bud Clark, Chandler Rivers, Travis Burke, Josh Cuevas, Kobe Baines, even Drew Aller. Like, I like Drew Aller as a 7th rounder. I don't like him as a day 2 pick, but like good value. I think the Chiefs are up there. I think Houston is up there.
I'd say for me, for my side, I'd probably say the Falcons. I'm probably I think even though they didn't have many picks, I feel like they got some really great value up and down the board. And then I know the Saints kind of made out like that. I think the Eagles actually had a really nice draft too. I think they got a lot of their types of players.
No. If we're being honest with ourselves, Miami objectively, I think, had the best draft.
Well, yeah, I mean, they had the most swings of the bat. Of course, they're going to have a great draft. When you have 17 top 100 picks, of course you're going to do good. But no. I mean, that's a fantastic. I mean, just getting Keith Abney at 87 alone for me, because I love Keith Abney. I think that's absurd value. So yeah, man, we did it. It was only like 4 or 5 years in the making, but we did it. And
great
I'm
time.
honest with you. I mean, we're gonna do it again next year. I already know we are. I mean, we kind of have to. But
might have to do one in the preseason. There's already like 7 rounds worth of players on my watch list.
Seriously. But this is gonna be it for us. And thank you for everyone that watched. We still have 78 people, 82 people that are in here right now, which is crazy, but can't thank you guys enough. I mean, I'm sure I speak for Josiah as well, that you guys are crazy for even being a part of this right now. But, thank you guys. That's all I got from my end. Let us know what you guys think in the comment section, and Josiah, take it away. I know you got to hit us with an adios. So
adios. That's all I got.
Oh man. Let's see how long it takes me to end this here now. End stream.